The End of All by Nim Crinkle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. The End of All by Nim Crinkle. The difficulty that I experience in complying with your request, dear spirit, springs from the terrestrial limitations of thought and expression, from which, as you may well know, I have not been long enough with you to free myself. I shall, however, give you a plain narrative of the events attending the extinction of life on our planet, asking you only to remember that I am doing it just as I would have done it, were it possible, for a fellow human being while on Earth, using the phraseology and the terrestrial time divisions with which I am most familiar. The circumstance which at our last intercourse I was trying to explain to you was simply this. In the early summer of the year 1892, a sudden interruption of navigation occurred on the Pacific coast, which, curiously enough, attracted very little attention outside of scientific circles. I was living at the house of my wealthy friend Judge Brisbane in Gramercy Park. To tell you the truth, I was in love with his beautiful daughter, of whom I shall have to speak more fully to you, for she was intimately associated with me in the appalling scenes which you desire me to describe. I was sitting in the judge's library on the night of June 25th. His daughter was present, and I had been conversing with her in an undertone while the judge read the evening papers. He suddenly laid down the paper, took off his spectacles, and, turning round in his chair, said to me, "Did you see the brief dispatch in the morning papers 2 days ago from San Francisco, saying that all the eastern-bound vessels were overdue on that coast?" I replied at once that I had not noticed it. "It is astonishing," he said, "that in our present system of journalism the most important events connected with the welfare of mankind receive the slightest attention from the newspapers, and the trivialities of life are most voluminously treated. A movement in the iron trade that affects millions of homes gets a brief paragraph in small type, and the quarrel of a ballet girl with her paramour receives illuminated attention down whole columns. Here is something taking place in the Pacific Ocean of surpassing interest to the race, and nobody pays the slightest attention to it, except, perhaps, the consignees and shipping clerks." "What is it?" we both asked, with the languid interest that young people, having an overmastering personal affair on hand, would be apt to take in matters of national or universal importance. The judge got up, and going to a side table where he kept his papers piled in chronological order, pulled out a recent issue of a morning journal, and after looking it over searchingly a moment, said, "Here, I should think you would notice such a paragraph as this." Then he read, as I recollect, a telegraphic dispatch to this effect: "San Francisco, June 23rd. Considerable anxiety is felt here in commercial circles by the non-arrival of any eastward-bound vessels for a week. The steamship Cathay of the Occidental Line is overdue 4 days. An unusual easterly wind has been blowing for 24 hours. Weather mild." "That dispatch, you will perceive," said the judge, "was sent 2 days ago. Now, here, on the 25th, I read in the evening paper another dispatch from San Francisco, hidden away at the bottom of a column of commercial news. Listen to this. San Francisco, June 25th. The entire suspension of travel from the West continues to excite the gravest apprehensions. Nothing but coastwise vessels have come in during the past 8 days. The U.S. cruiser Mobile left Honolulu 3 weeks ago for this coast. There is no official intimation of a storm in the Chinese seas. The judge laid the paper down and regarded us both a moment in silence, as if expecting to hear some remark that indicated our suddenly awakened curiosity. I don't think we responded with any adequate interest to the occasion. Miss Brisbane did indeed stare at her father in her dreamy, abstracted way a moment, and then got up, and going to the open window, began to arrange the curtains, as if relinquishing whatever problem there was to the superior acumen of the masculine mind. I think I said that it looked as if there had been a cyclone somewhere, and if there had, we should in all probability get the accounts of it soon enough. "But, young man," replied the judge with his magisterial emphasis, "cyclones do not extend from the 50th degree of north latitude to the 40th degree of south latitude, and vessels are due at San Francisco from Melbourne and Japan." What then, other than a storm at sea, could have caused the detention of all these vessels? I asked. And I must have unwittingly betrayed in the tone of my voice, or the expression of my face, that considerate superciliousness with which youth regards the serious notions of mature philosophers. For the judge, putting his gold spectacles upon his nose, and regarding me over the top of them a moment, said rather severely, "Other than the known and regular phenomena of this planet do not interest young men. If I could answer your question, there would be no special interest in the matter." I mention these trivial incidents because, insignificant as they may seem, they were the first ripples of that disaster which was soon enough to overwhelm us all, and to show you what were the only premonitions the world had of the events which were to follow. On June 26th, the subject did not occur to me. 100 other things of far more immediate consequence to me occupied my attention. A young man who is preparing to get married is not apt to take somber views of anything, nor is he very apt to allow the contumacy of age in his prospective father-in-law to aggravate him. It was a pardonable freak, I thought, in a man who had retired in most respects from the active world, to dogmatize a little about that world, now that he judged it through his favorite evening paper. When, therefore, on the night of the 26th, while at the tea-table, the judge broke out again about the meteorological wave on the Pacific coast, his daughter Kate and I exchanged a rapid but furtive glance which said, in the perfect understanding of lovers, "There comes the old gentleman's new hobby again, and we can well afford to treat it leniently." The judge had the damp evening paper in his hand, and he disregarded the steaming cup of tea which his daughter had poured for him. "Well," he said, with a toss of self-satisfied import, "now the newspapers are waking up to the significance of the California news." He then read from the paper, as nearly as I can recollect, something like the following. "San Francisco, June 26th. There is an intense and growing anxiety on this coast with respect to the non-appearance of any eastward-bound vessels. The breeze from the east continues and is unprecedented. "Now I should like to know," said the judge, as he laid down the paper and took up his teacup, "why a breeze from the east in California should be unprecedented." "Because," I ventured to remark, "it usually blows from the sea at this season." "Nonsense!" exclaimed the judge with vigor. "A variation for a few days in wind or weather is a common occurrence everywhere. Fancy a message sent all over the world from the West Indies that the trade winds were 6 days late, or a telegram from Minnesota that the winter frosts had been interfered with for a week by pleasant sunshine. No, sir. The event of importance to the Californian at this moment is the mysterious something that has happened out at sea, and there is no excuse for his associating a summer breeze from the east with it, except that there is something peculiar about that breeze that associates it in the mind with the predominant mystery." I smiled. "You will pardon me, Judge, but it seems to me," I said, "that you are trying to invest the whole affair with an occult significance that is subjective. I suppose that in a few hours the matter will be explained and forgotten." In a moment we were in one of those foolish little wrangles in which, so far as argument is concerned, the younger man is at a great disadvantage, when the elder, however unreasonable his claims, enforces them with the advantage of age and position. I remember that the desire to convince Kate, on the one hand, that I was free from what I conceived to be her father's unreasonableness, and sustain my independence of views, on the other hand, led me to say much more than was polite, for I exasperated the old gentleman, and with a curt and not altogether complimentary remark, he got up and left the room. The moment he was gone, I turned to the daughter and laughingly said, "Well, my dear, I'm afraid I have offended your father without intending it. But you at least understand me, and are free from his superstition." To my surprise, she regarded me with a serious air, and replied, "I do not know what you mean by superstition. My father believes that something has happened, and I feel that he is right." "You do not mean to tell me," I said, "that you believe anything has happened that can concern us?" She made no reply. I looked at her with some astonishment, and wondered if I had offended her by opposing her father's childish views. "Perhaps," I persisted, "you too think I am stupidly unreasonable because I will not consent to be dishonestly chimerical." I well remember the look of sad reproach with which she silently regarded me, and I well remember, too, the thought that came into my mind. I said to myself, "This is the same obduracy that her father has shown. Odd it is that I never noticed the trait in her before." Then I added, with an equal obduracy that I was not conscious of, "Perhaps you too have discovered some peculiarity of good sense in me that is offensive, and you are afraid that something will happen if we—" Here she interrupted me in her quiet, resolute, and reproachful way. "Something has happened," she said. I was amazed. If I had suddenly discovered that the woman I loved was unfaithful to me, it could not have produced, in my frame of mind at that moment, a greater shock. It seemed to me then that the wooing of months, the confidence and affection of a year, were to be sacrificed in a moment of infatuated stubbornness. The very thought was so unnatural that it produced a revulsion in my own feelings. "My darling," I said, as I went toward her impulsively, "we are playing the unworthy part of fools. Nothing can ever happen that will make us love each other less, or prevent you from being my wife." I put my arm around her in the old familiar way. She was passive and irresponsive. She stood there, limply holding the curtain, with one white arm upraised, her beautiful head bent over, and her eyes cast down, so that I could not look into her face. This stony obduracy was so new and unlike her that I withdrew my arm and stepped back a little to regard her with astonishment, not unmingled with pique. At that moment she lifted her head slowly, and as she looked at me with a dreamy and faraway pathos, I saw that her eyes were filled with tears. "It seems to me," she said, with a voice that sounded as if it was addressed to an invisible phantom way beyond me, "it seems to me that I shall never be your wife." I must have stared at her several seconds in silence. Then I said, "You are ill. You are not yourself. When you have recovered your normal condition, I will come back." Earl snatched a kiss from her lips that were strangely cold and rushed from the house. It was not till the next morning, when I woke up after a short and disturbed sleep, that my mind reverted to the cause of all this purely sentimental disagreement, and I felt a strong desire to have events prove that the judge was slightly monomaniacal, and that I was right. I went to Riccadonna's for my breakfast, and got all the morning papers as usual, but this time with a distinct confidence that the news would be the best vindication of my good sense, and that I should yet have a good laugh at the judge. I opened the paper as I sipped my coffee, and the first thing my eyes fell on were the headlines of a dispatch from St. Louis. I read them with an inexplicable sense of something sinking in me. As I recall them, they ran as follows: "Strange news from the West. All communication west of Salt Lake City ceases. Meteorological puzzle. What is the matter with the wires?" Then followed the dispatch, which I have not forgotten. "St. Louis, June 26th, 8 p.m. A dispatch received here from Yuma on the Texas Pacific announces that no eastern-bound train has come in since morning, and all attempts to open communication by telegraph with points west of that place have failed. It is the opinion of railroad men that a great storm is raging in California. Weather here pleasant, with a steady, dry wind from the east blowing." Immediately following this was another news item which I can quote from memory. "Denver, June 26th, 9 p.m. Intelligence from Cheyenne is to the effect that railway travel and telegraphic communication west of Pocatello on the Union Pacific and Ogden and on the Central Pacific have been interrupted by a storm. The telegraph wires are believed to be in good condition, but up to 9 o'clock there has been no return current." I read these paragraphs over 3 or 4 times. Ordinarily, I should have passed them by and given any attention to other and more congenial news. But now a dull fear that events were conspiring to widen the breach between myself and the Brisbanes focused my interest on them. There was that easterly wind blowing again. Was I, too, growing superstitious? I turned over all the papers. The news was the same in all, but there was not an editorial paragraph of comment in any of the sheets, which indeed teemed with all the details of active commercial, political, and social life. I went downtown after eating my breakfast and found that the intelligence had not awakened any public attention that was observable. The 2 or 3 persons to whom I spoke with regard to it treated it as one of the passing sensations of the hour that would be explained sooner or later. It was not till the evening papers of the 27th came out that the matter began to be discussed. The dispatches in these papers were of a nature to arouse widespread anxiety. It was very obvious from their construction and import that the feeling west of the Mississippi was more intense than had up to this time been suspected. The columns of the papers were filled with brief but rather startling telegrams from various points: Denver, El Paso, Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, St. Paul, St. Louis, and Chicago sent anxious sentences which had a thrill of trepidation in their broken phrases, and it was easy to see that this feeling of deep concern increased with each dispatch from a point further west. Telegrams sent to St. Louis, Chicago, and St. Paul represented the condition of anxiety in Ogden and Pocatello to be bordering on excitement. Fears were entertained, the dispatches said, of a meteorological cataclysm, and thousands who had friends either on the coast or in transit were besieging the telegraph offices in vain. The hurried comments of the evening papers on the news were singularly unsatisfactory and non-committal. The unprecedented storm that is now raging on the Pacific slope, I read, and which has temporarily cut off communications with the far west, will by its magnitude fill the country with the most serious apprehensions. The earliest news from California, which shall give us the details of the storm, said another paper, will be looked for with eagerness, and will be promptly and fully furnished to our readers. As curious as anybody could be to know what kind of a storm it was that had stopped railroad traffic from Idaho to Mexico, and remarking with surprise that the signal office utterly refused to recognize a great storm anywhere, I dismissed the subject from my mind with the reflection that there would in all probability be explanatory news in the morning, and resolved to make my usual visit to the Brisbane family. To my surprise, Kate received me cordially, and with no other allusion to the unpleasantness of the night before than a demure remark that she was afraid she had offended me. "Let us not refer to it at all," I said, "and thus avoid making idiots of ourselves." "I am glad you came tonight," she remarked after a moment's silence, "for I wanted to tell you of the change we are going to make." A little pang darted through me. It was said so seriously. "What is it, my dear?" I asked, trying to be as affectionate as if the conditions had not changed. "My father and I have determined to go to Europe." "To Europe?" I repeated, aghast. "You surely do not mean it." "Yes," resolutely. "He wanted to consult you about it, but was afraid you would disagree with his plans." "And when did he make up his mind to take this sudden move?" "This morning." "And you intend to go with him?" "Yes, and I was going to ask you to go, too." "When do you propose to go?" "Immediately." It was evident to my mind now that this old man was a panic-stricken monomaniac, and had infected his daughter with his fears. "Kate," I said as I took her by her hands and pulled her to the sofa beside me, "you are running away from something. It is not from me, is it?" "I want you to go with us," she answered. "But you knew when you asked me that I could not go so suddenly. You expected me to refuse." "No," she said, "I expect you to consent." "Be careful. In a moment of bravado, I may take you at your word, at any cost." She caught hold of me. "Do," she said tremulously, and I felt a little shiver in her hand. "Do, do." "I would rather go with you than lose you," I said at a hazard. "And if you are determined to go, I believe I will accompany you if your father will consent." "We are determined," she calmly replied. "But I must put my affairs in order," I suggested. "How many hours will it take you?" "Hours?" I repeated. "You would not like to start tonight, surely?" "Yes," she answered. "I would gladly start tonight." My patience was giving way very fast at this imperturbable obduracy. "Perhaps," I said, "you will give me some adequate reason for a haste that I cannot comprehend." She did not answer. She was listening, with her head averted, and she held up her hand for me to listen also, as if that were her answer. Then there came through the open windows the hoarse cry of a distant newsboy who was bellowing an extra. There was something weird in her attitude and action, connecting, as they did, her motives with that discordant, ominous cry. "It's an extra," I said, as unconcernedly as possible. "I'll get a copy. There may be some good news for you." And I made a move toward the window. "Don't," she said quietly. "We were talking about going to Europe. Pa is not familiar with the business of securing passages, and you are. You could relieve him of a great deal of worry, and if you would go with us—" "Kate," I said, "do you want me to go?" "Yes, I do," she replied. "I do not want to leave you here." "Then," I said, "I will go. I will see your father in the morning and tell him that I will attend to the whole business of securing passages. I will set about arranging my affairs at once." She then let me plague her a little about her timidity, and after a half-hour of playful badinage on my part, I came away with a parting promise on my lips to lose no delay in making the arrangements for our departure. Such, however, was not my intention. I felt sure that the judge and his daughter would change their minds if I could only manage to delay matters a few days. To go running off to Europe at a moment's notice would be utter folly for me. As I left the house, I heard the voices of the newsboys in various keys still calling the extras. I bought a paper and read it under the gaslight of the church on 20th Street. Display headlines announced, "As silent as the grave, nothing heard from the Pacific. Great excitement in Chicago and St. Louis." I must have stood there 10 minutes poring over the strange news. An expedition in a special train had been sent west from Yuma that day, with railroad men and doctors. It had left at 3 p.m. The train reached Mesquite in less than an hour, and word was sent back from that station, "All right here, track clear, will reach the Springs at 9 p.m. A dispatch from Yuma sent at 10 o'clock and received at St. Louis said, "Nothing further heard from the special." News from Chicago, where the excitement appeared to be momentarily growing, reflected intelligence from Denver, St. Paul, and Kansas City, and it was vain to ignore the fact that the entire West was in an alarming condition of anxiety. A special train was fitting out at Cheyenne under government orders to start in the morning, with a corps of signal service men, Army officers, and electricians. It was to go provided with every scientific appliance, and to carry an insulated cable to be paid out from the car. The accounts said that the people were all on the streets of Cheyenne, and that enormous mobs surrounded the station where the preparations were making. For the first time I felt, as I threw the paper away, what I can only call a sense of misgiving. As I walked up the deserted avenue, this feeling grew upon me, and when I reached 23rd Street, on my way to the Fifth Avenue Hotel, a sudden and entirely new reflection made me stop unconsciously as I turned it over in my mind. If this strange news has affected Judge Brisbane and his daughter so seriously, why may it not be affecting millions of other people similarly? If there is at this moment a panic in the West, how long will it take the reflex wave to reach New York? The next morning, events, or at least the publication of them, had reached that condition which arrests public attention everywhere. The news from the West swamped all else in the morning journals. The editors, by their work, now acknowledged that the mysterious silence on the Pacific slope was by far the most important subject for consideration before the world. The moment I glanced at the sheets, I saw that there was but one theme in the journalistic mind. 2 days had passed, and the silence was unbroken. Never before in the history of the world had the absence of news become such important news. Public attention was now mainly centered on the attempt to get a train of observation through from Cheyenne. There was a hopeful spirit to most of the accounts, as if it was believed that science would unravel the mystery. But there was nothing from any quarter of the globe that as yet afforded the feeblest gleam of comfort. The government train was to start early on this, the morning of the 28th, and the papers were only able to furnish details of the preparation and reports of the public excitement in Cheyenne and Denver. The officers of the train were to send dispatches from every station west of Pocatello. They were sagacious, experienced men, and the expedition was under the direction of the well-known engineer, General Albert Carroll. I felt as I read the accounts that these men would probably clear up the mystery, and I resolved to delay engaging the passages on the ocean steamer until the next day. So I wrote a carefully worded note to Judge Brisbane, informing him that I would attend to the matter immediately. Had I then had the slightest knowledge of the cumulative rapidity with which a panic moves, I would not have taken this risk. But my whole object was to gain time, with the hope that something would occur to change the minds of my two timid friends. On the night of the 28th, I avoided the Brisbane establishment, although my desire drew me in that direction. I resolved to wait until the morrow, and if nothing happened, to change the determination of the judge to go to Europe, to then make my arrangements to go with him and Kate. That night there was a visible change in the metropolis. The theaters were deserted. Men and women were congregated at the corners and were walking in the roadways, a sure indication in a great city of some popular disturbance. The bulletins and news centers were crowded, and the mystery of the great silence was being discussed by everybody. One thing struck everybody with a vague terror, and it was the accounts of the strange wind that was now blowing at Cheyenne and Denver. One special correspondent at Cheyenne said that it seemed to him that the atmosphere of the earth, influenced by some incomprehensible suction, was all rushing to an unseen vortex. It was not in any sense a disturbance of the atmosphere that we usually call a wind, but a steady, silent draught. And the spectacle of trees bent over and held all day by the pressure, but unfluttered and unrelieved by fluctuant variations, filled them with wonder and dread. I got up early on the morning of the 29th, for I had slept lightly and fitfully. To my surprise, I found that almost everybody else was up. It made me realize, as I had not done before, the feverish tension of public expectation. The news, if news it can be called, was startling. Let me try and repeat it to you just as it was presented to my sense. The special train upon which the eyes of the whole country were fixed had been heard from. It had gone west from Cheyenne and passed through Pocatello without interruption. Then followed the dispatches received from it at Cheyenne as it passed the stations beyond Pocatello. They were in this order and to this effect. Mikano, 10 a.m. All right. Instruments working well. Track clear. Inhabitants appear to be moving east. No intelligence of a definite character obtained. Shoshone 108 miles west. Expect to make it in 4 hours. Bannock, 2:30 p.m. Conditions unchanged. Past moving settlers all the way. They are going east with chattels. Wind from the east has pressure without the violence of a gale. Party in good spirits. Sunshine, 3:15. Vast herds of wild cattle now impeding progress. Wind increasing. Road otherwise clear. American Falls, 4:40. Signs of the exodus decreasing. Country strewn with household goods. Reports here that all the teams that went out on the roads west have not returned. Expect to hear something definite from Minidoka. Minidoka, 6:10. Electrical and barometrical indications unchanged. Signs of life disappearing. Party in excellent spirits and eager to reach the facts. The next dispatch was from Cheyenne, and it was sent at 8 o'clock. It simply said, "Nothing further heard from government party. Wire in good order." Then followed 2 telegrams of gruesome brevity and significance. Pocatello, 9 p.m. Nothing here. Cheyenne, 10 p.m. Nothing has come over the special wire up to this hour. Microphonic tests at Pocatello indicate that the train is still moving. Electrical tests indicate that the current is unbroken. Finally, there was a special message from the New York Star's correspondents at Cheyenne, dated 11 p.m. It was about to this effect. The current on the government wire was broken at 10:40. Delicate tests show that the wire is now grounded. The dire conclusion of experts here is that the train ran from some point west of Minidoka from about 6:15 to 10:40 without human control, and then met with an accident. At the rate at which it was moving, the train must have reached Shoshone. Terrible excitement here. My keen sense detected in the newspaper itself certain infallible little signs that the news had disturbed the precision and routine of the office. Lines of type were in the wrong place, and typographical errors made it difficult to get the exact sense. Dispatch after dispatch, all bearing the same import of panic, was huddled into the column. From St. Louis, the announcement was, "An unprecedented excitement here over the news from Cheyenne. The authorities appear to have lost their heads and are unable to preserve order. Eastward bound trains are carrying away people at a mob rate. We are in the midst of chaos." From Chicago, the intelligence was similarly appalling. "A panic prevails here," said the dispatch, "impelled by a senseless apprehension of disaster. People have lost their reason. The mayor has just issued a call upon the best citizens to assist him in preserving order." It required no news expert to see that all the issues of life were temporarily suspended by the tremendous and growing interest in this stupendous mystery. Channels of news worn smooth by the placid streams of everyday platitudes began to show the role of this new freshet. A dispatch from Washington was unintentionally significant. It read like this: "The only explanation forwarded by Colonel Sandford of the abandonment of the Pikes Peak signal station by himself and party is that of a coward. He says the wind pressure indicated that the place would speedily become untenable." I turned over the sheet in which these disheartening facts were presented and looked at the editorial page. There was a double-leaded leader, evidently written late at night, and its conclusions were more gruesome than the facts. For while the facts could be interpreted in various ways according to the reader's condition of mind, there was no mistaking the official tone of the editor, whose business it was to weigh and estimate the public value of news. It seemed to me that this umpire, to whom we instinctively looked for opinions, had thrown up the sponge, so to speak. Let me recall his words as they were impressed upon me that morning: "That a grave crisis has arrived in the conditions of life on this planet, it would be folly and is impossible any longer to deny. It is not our province, nor is it within our power, to offer any solution of the stupendous mystery that is now enveloping a part of our continent. It is only imperative upon us, as brave agents in the dispensing of truth, to say with all the candor that we can summon that the effort of the government to open communication with the vast region west of what must now be known as the meridian of silence has dismally failed, and it is the conviction of the maturest judgment, based upon all the facts of the attempt that are obtainable, that it failed because the explorers themselves ceased to exist when they had passed a certain pretty well-defined line, which we now know extends north and south from Helena in Montana to Yuma on the borders of Mexico." I found myself standing by my breakfast table reading this. I had risen unconsciously. My breakfast was unheeded. An ungovernable impulse to go anywhere seized me. To sit still with this crushing uncertainty was impossible. I found myself in a coupe. Where I got it, I do not distinctly remember, but I do remember that it was by means of an extraordinary offer to the driver, who, like all his fellows, was dashing through the streets at a headlong pace. And I also have a very clear recollection of the strange nervous effect produced upon me by seeing the people along the curbs on Broadway watching the flying vehicles with a mute terror, as if the very recklessness of the drivers afforded them a palpable distraction from the unintelligible weight of their own fears. I speedily noticed that the stream of humanity on the streets was tending downtown, and almost immediately I understood that it was heading, like myself, for the news centers. I could get no farther than Chambers Street, owing to the block of people and vehicles, and the driver rudely refused to take the risk of a jam. I looked at the City Hall clock. It was only 8. My heart was beating rapidly, and I knew enough of the effect of emotion on the cardiac system to understand that it was caused by suspense. 1,000 new terrors were in the air, of which the experience and the sagacity of man were ignorant. I forced my way with the greatest difficulty across the park, which was full of restless but strangely mute people, and got near enough to the newspaper bulletins to read the painted lines. They were feverishly indicative of the cross currents of excitement in the country, and were in short, decisive sentences like this: "The President asked to appoint a day of humiliation and prayer immediately." "The Governor of Colorado, crazed by the excitement, commits suicide." "Mob rule in Chicago." "Rioting in Denver." "Breakdown of the Alton and Chicago Road." "Unparalleled scenes at El Paso." "Fanaticism in New Orleans." "The Christian pastors of this city will meet at Cooper Union at 10 o'clock, irrespective of sect." "Panic in Milwaukee." Held by a numbing sort of fascination, I read these sentences over and over. Across Printing House Square, on another bulletin, in big black letters, I saw the line, "It baffles the world. Has annihilation set in?" There was something weird in the use of the pronoun "it." It seemed to be man's last effort in language to express a mystery that was specific and yet incomprehensible. And I found that by the common consent of ignorance, men were referring to the phenomenon as "it." I looked at the strained, anxious faces of the mob, and a great fear fell upon me. With it came an awful reproach. I would go instantly and redeem my word to Kate by securing passages to Europe. I had to fight my way by inches out of the stolid and frightened crowd to the steamship office on Lower Broadway, and there I found another jam. The street was full of private carriages, and it was impossible to get anywhere near the entrance to the office. I saw a policeman who was on the outside of the press, and who was walking up and down in a restless and unofficial manner. "What is the matter here?" I asked him. He looked me all over as if he suspected that I had fallen out of the clouds. Then he said, "Trying to get tickets for Europe. Where do you come from?" And then, after a restless turn or two, he added as he passed me, "But it ain't no use, 'cause there ain't steamships enough in the world." Then it was, I think, that the whole terrible truth first lit my consciousness like the sudden upflaring of a bale fire. The inhabitants were fleeing from the country. They were all affected as had been the Brisbanes. I was the only dolt and idiot and liar who had no instincts of danger, and who had failed to rescue the woman I loved when she had appealed to me. Then I plunged wildly out into the street with a sense of desperation, and that sinking of the spirits that comes only in the worst crises, and when one begins to comprehend how helpless man is. I saw that in the brief time that had elapsed, a change had taken place in the aspect of the crowds. When I got to Broadway again, it was with the utmost difficulty that I could make my way at all against the surging mass of people that seemed momentarily to swell. It was utterly unlike any crowd in numbers and disposition that I had ever encountered. It was made up of all classes. It had lost that American characteristic of good humor which had been swallowed up in a dire, personal, and selfish instinct of self-preservation. It was animated by a vague terror, and disregarded every consideration but that of personal safety. a horrible conviction seized me that the ordinary restraints of society were breaking down, and that speedily panic would mount to chaos. I saw that this dread was adding to the terror of everybody, aside from the fear of it. Like an assemblage in a burning building, the fear of each other was more subtle and operative than the fear of the elements. By indefatigable labor, I got off the main thoroughfare and reached Hudson Street, and here in the crowd I learned the latest news and discovered the cause of the rapidly increasing excitement. I had run against an intimate friend and associate by accident. His first words were, as he wiped the perspiration out of his eyes, "Well, this is awful, eh?" "What's the news?" I asked. "The latest is that the death line is moved. The Thurbers have a private wire, and I just heard that Denver is cut off now. It looks as if it was every man for himself." So terrible was this announcement, and so engrossed was I with the despairing thoughts that it gave rise to, that I took little heed of what was going on about me until I reached Canal Street. The one dull conviction that it was useless to fight against now was that annihilation had set in, that some destroying wave had started out to encircle the globe, and that the race was doomed. Something, God alone knew what, had happened to our planet, and humanity was to be swept away in one of those cataclysms with which soulless nature prepares for a new order of existence. I was rudely awakened from this reverie of wretchedness by the crowd which surged against me with a blind, unvindictive violence. My one desire was to get uptown to the woman I loved and had neglected, and I saw that every minute was adding to the difficulty. How I reached the Brevoort House I do not know, but there I found a number of citizens who had not utterly lost their heads, and who had come together for council. There was a private wire in the house, and they were receiving intelligence from several central points in the city. The looks of these men, who were huddled into the parlor, were enough to dismay the most resolute observer. Their pale faces and painfully set mouths indicated the sense of an awful crisis, which wisdom did not know how to meet or avoid. A well-known citizen read the dispatches to them as they were received, and torn as I was by impatience, my curiosity held me there to hear. It was now about 11:30 in the morning. The rapidity with which events had moved since I got up was made startlingly apparent by the information here furnished. The authorities, together with a number of influential citizens, had come together as if by a common instinct at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. The mayor, the police and fire commissioners, several wealthy bankers, and a number of prominent clergymen were holding some kind of council and sending out appeals for cooperation and addresses to the public, which later were entirely unheeded. As I forced myself into the room, I saw and heard a venerable and majestic gentleman, evidently a clergyman, addressing those present in an impassioned manner. There were tears in his eyes and an awful sadness in his voice. "Men and brethren," he said, "it is appointed unto all men once to die. If it be appointed unto us, who remain to die together, let us die like Christians, who still retain our faith in eternal justice and eternal mercy, and not like wild beasts that devour each other." A report came that the fatal east wind was blowing, and at this there was a general movement of those present, as if the time were too short to waste in longer listening. I came up Lafayette Place to Astor Place, with the intention of reaching Fourth Avenue. Both spaces were choked with people, and on 8th Street I saw a woman on the steps of a private residence, wildly calling on the mob, which paid no attention to her, to repent, for the day of judgment was at hand. Her white hair was blown over her face, and her arms were frantically gesticulating. Into the great hall of the Cooper Union a mass of religious people had flocked, and a number of speakers were making addresses and offering up prayers. When I passed the woman who was exhorting the crowd, I had noticed the manner in which her hair, which was of soft, flossy white, streamed out straight in front of her, but it did not occur to me until I reached the square in front of the Cooper Union that this was caused by the peculiar and ominous draught of wind from the east, of which I had heard so much. For it was there that I saw a crowd pointing up to the roof of the vast building known as the Bible House, which appeared to be covered with people. Some of them were holding flags and drapery, and the material floated out westward without any of the undulating motion which always marks a flag in a disturbed current. These extemporized pennants stood out as if they were starched. I could see that this sign produced a dumb sort of terror in the crowd. It seemed to me then that all the emotion of which I was capable was centered on the one desire to get to the woman I loved and die with her. A crushing and at the same time an animating remorse, as if somehow I had been responsible for her death, at least in disregarding her warnings, and somehow doubly guilty in mistrusting her motives, unmanned and inflamed me. It was with something of the same disregard of everybody but myself that I had seen in others that I fought my way to 21st Street. What brutalities I committed need not be recounted. That hour remains with me an acute and jangled memory of frenzy. I reached the steps of Judge Brisbane's house torn and bleeding. The terrible scenes were in my eyes, and the dreadful, monotonous tumult of human desperation. That vast sigh of doomed humanity, pierced here and there by the wails and shrieks of despair and the cries of innocence for help, was in my ears. The celerity with which it had all come on left no chance for cool reason. An invisible phantom was at the heels of the community, and we were part of a mighty stampede. After fumbling for an instant at the bell and pushing back several ghastly creatures who were on the steps, I must have applied my shoulder to the door and pushed it in. Someone appeared to be resisting on the other side, but it gave way, and I half fell into Judge Brisbane's vestibule. An instant later, we were looking into each other's faces, I bloody and soiled and ragged and wild with the frenzy of fear and impatience, he pale as death but resolute and holding an ominous bar over me. "Quick," he said, "help me fasten this door." That sudden call of duty struck something habitual in me, and without knowing exactly what I was doing, I found myself assisting him in barricading the door. The endeavor somewhat changed the current of my thoughts from the danger that was unseen to the danger that was storming under our windows. I must have muttered some kind of excuse for my conduct to the judge, for he said, "No time for apologies or recriminations now. The house is full of my neighbors who have come here for protection. Go upstairs and look after the women. The best and only thing we can do is to preserve a quiet place to die in, and not be trampled to pieces. Are you armed?" I dashed up the broad staircase, and found the upper rooms occupied by women, some of whom, in mourning attire hastily thrown on, were sitting around with their heads in their hands, while others were huddled at the windows, staring with strained looks of terror at the crowds on the street. Walking up and down the room, wringing his hands, a middle-aged man was giving expression to the most terrible irony and cowardice, without reference to his listeners. I ran my eye over the huddled groups of frightened women. The one I sought was not there. I flew through the groaning figures on the stairway up to her chamber. I knocked loudly and called her by name passionately. Then I listened. I heard nothing but the dull sounds of the human tumult that came through the open casement, and the sighing tones of the telegraph wires as the steady draught from the east swept through them. I shook the door and abjured her to come to me. Then in my madness I burst it in. She was on her knees at the bed, with her hands on her ears, and her head buried in the bedclothes. I fell down on my knees beside her and put my arm around her. "Kate," I said, "we will die together. Look up. Love, at least, is eternal." She was cold. I caught her head between my hands and turned her beautiful face toward me. My God, she was dead, dead, with her staring eyes full of terror, and her beautiful mouth set in hard and ghastly lines. Then it was that I felt rise up within me for the first time the rebellious bitterness of the natural man. Need I tell you that at such moments man is little better than an animal, save in his free agency that enables him to defy? I passed hours there, moaning, cursing, bewailing. When at last the force of the paroxysm had expended itself, I shook my fist in the face of heaven with the obduracy of pagan Greek, and said, "Come on now, you envious fates, and do your worst speedily, or I will be too quick for you." Judge Brisbane found me there raving. "Do you know?" I asked. "Yes," he answered, "and I am grateful. She is spared much that we must endure." "And so," I said, "life, love, and the vaunted future of the race end in mockery." "It seems so," he replied, "but we cannot be sure. Come with me." We ascended to the roof. The spectacle that greeted us was indescribable. The tops of all the houses were black with people, who were staring mutely and with childish terror into the west. The steady, subdued organ tone of the rushing atmosphere could now be heard above all else. We stood there in silence a few moments, and then I said, "It's terrible. What do you suppose is taking place?" "I suppose," replied the judge, "that we are losing our atmosphere, reeling it off, so to speak, slowly as we revolve. Our planet has entered some portion of the ethereal space where the conditions are sucking us dry of oxygen. As it recedes from the earth, the water disappears, and we shall be left to revolve like the moon, without air and without liquid, and consequently without life." He said this meditatively, less as if he were answering my question than if he were formulating his own fears. "Then," I remarked, "if this takes place gradually, the millions have got to struggle and writhe and fight together in suffocation. We can at least blow our brains out and cheat such a fate." "I should hate," said the judge, "to think that the man who was to marry Kate had not the bravery to face his destiny." That was all that was said. We came down, and some ripples of intelligence reached us during the afternoon from one or two persons who made their way into the house. We learned that in the frenzy of fear, the populace were committing the most extraordinary excesses. The shore line of the Atlantic was crowded with people, many of whom plunged into the ocean in the vain attempt to get away. The scenes in the city were too revolting to narrate, for a large class of the community, released from all restraint of moral and civil law, were bent on securing all the lawless pleasures that force could command during the few hours that was left to them. And the line was steadily coming east. Chicago was cut off at 12 o'clock, and at 4, intelligence had ceased coming from Buffalo. At this time, the sound of the winds was like the roar of the sea. I had torn myself away from the window, where I had been staring at the now packed and struggling masses of people, and had locked myself in the room with the dead body of Kate. There was a vial of opium on her table, which had been used for neuralgia. I swallowed it and sat down by the bedside. I know not how long I remained there, but a loud report, as of a discharged cannon, roused me. I remember staggering and panting in the dark, with a semi-consciousness that the end had come, and I now know that the report was occasioned by the bursting of the drums of my ears. I remember nothing more. I have given you a plain statement of my experiences in that crisis, and I dare say they are uneventful enough by the side of the experiences of millions. End of the End of All by Nim Crinkle.
If You Was a Mocklin by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Nelson. If You Was a Mocklin. Up to the very last minute, I can't imagine that Mocklin is going to be the first planet that humans get off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating awful copious. There ain't any reason for it. Humans have been on Mocklin for more than 40 years, and nobody ever figures there is anything the least bit wrong until Brooks works it out. When he does, nobody can believe it. But it turns out bad, plenty bad. But maybe things are working out all right now. Maybe. I hope so. At first, even after he sent off long reports by 6 ships in a row, I don't see the picture beginning to turn sour. I don't get it until after the old Palmyra comes and squats down on the next-to-last trip a company ship is ever going to make to Mocklin. Up to that very morning, everything is serene, and that morning I'm sitting on the trading post porch, not doing a thing but sitting there and breathing happy. I'm looking at a Mocklin kid. She's about the size of a human 6-year-old, and she is playing in a mud puddle while her folks are trading in the post. She is a cute kid, mighty human-looking. She has long whiskers like Old Man Bland, who was the first human to open a trading post and learn to talk to Mocklins. Mocklins think a lot of Old Man Bland. They built him a big tomb, Mocklin style, when he dies, and there is more Mocklin kids born with long whiskers than you can shake a stick at. And everything looks okay. Everything. Sitting there on the porch, I hear a Mocklin talking inside the trade room, talking English just as good as anybody. He says to Deeth, our Mocklin trade clerk, "But Deeth, I can buy this cheaper over at the other trading post. Why should I pay more here?" Deeth says, in English too, "I can't help that. That's the price here. You pay it or you don't. That's all." I just sit there breathing complacent, thinking how good things are. Here I'm Joe Brinkley, and me and Brooks are the company on Mocklin. Only humans rate as company employees and get pensions, of course. And I'm thinking sentimental about how much humaner Mocklins are getting every day and how swell everything is. The 6-year-old kid gets up out of the mud puddle and wrings out her whiskers. They are exactly like the ones on the picture of Old Man Bland in the trade room, and she goes trotting off down the road after her folks. She is mighty human-looking, that one. The wild ones don't look near so human. Those that live in the forest are greenish and have saucer eyes, and their noses can wiggle like an earth rabbit. You wouldn't think they were the same breed as the trading post Mocklins at all, but they are. They crossbreed with each other, only the kids look humaner than their parents, and are mighty near the same skin color as Earthmen, which is plenty natural when you think about it, but nobody does. Not up to then. I don't think about that then, or anything else. Not even about the reports Brooks keeps sweating over and sending off with every company ship. I'm just sitting there contented when I notice that Sally, the tree that shades the trading post porch, starts pulling up her roots. She gets them coiled careful and starts marching off. I see the other trees are moving off too, clearing the landing field. They're waddling away to leave a free space, and they're pushing and shoving, trying to crowd each other, and the little ones sneak under the big ones, and they all act peevish. Somehow, they know a ship is coming in. That's what their walking off means, anyhow. But there ain't a ship due for a month yet. They're clearing the landing field, though, so I start listening for a ship's drive, even if I don't believe it. At first, I don't hear a thing. It must be 10 minutes before I hear a thin whistle, and right after it, the heavy drone that's the ground repulsor units pushing against the bedrock underground. Lucky they don't push on wet stuff, or a ship would sure mess up the local countryside. I get off my chair and go out to look. Sure enough, the old Palmyra comes bulging down out of the sky, a month ahead of schedule, and the trees over at the edge of the field shove each other all round to make room. The ship drops, hangs anxious 10 feet up, and then kind of sighs and lets down. Then there's Mocklins running out of everywhere, waving cordial. They sure do like humans, these Mocklins. Humans are their idea of what people should be like. Mocklins will wrestle the freight over to the trading post, while others are climbing over everything that's waiting to go off, all set to pass it up to the ship and hoping to spot friends they've made in the crew. If they can get a human to go home with them and visit while the ship is down, they'll brag about it for weeks. And do they treat their guests swell. They've got fancy Mocklin clothes for them to wear, soft, silky guest garments. And they got Mocklin fruits and Mocklin drinks. You ought to taste them. And when the humans have to go back to the ship at takeoff time, the Mocklins bring them back with flower wreaths all over them. Humans is tops on Mocklin, and Mocklins are getting humaner every day. There's Deeth, our clerk. You couldn't hardly tell him from human anyways. He looks like a human named Casey that used to be at the trading post, and he's got a flock of brothers and sisters as human-looking as he is. You'd swear. But this is the last time but one that her Earth ship is going to land on Mocklin, though nobody knows it yet. Her passenger port opens up and Captain Haney gets out. The Mocklins yell cheerful when they see him. He waves a hand and helps a human girl out. She has red hair and a sort of businesslike air about her. The Mocklins wave and holler and grin. The girl looks at them funny, and Cap Haney explains something, but she sets her lips. Then the Mocklins run out a freight truck, and Haney and the girl get on it, and they come racing over to the post. The Mocklins pushing and pulling them and making a big fuss of laughing and hollering, all so friendly it would make anybody feel good inside. Mocklins like humans. They admire them tremendous. They do everything they can think of to be human, and they're smart, but sometimes I get cold shivers when I think how close a thing it turns out to be. Cap Haney steps off the freight truck and helps the girl down. Her eyes are blazing. She is the maddest-looking female I ever see, but pretty as they make them, with that red hair and those blue eyes staring at me hostile. "Hiya, Joe," says Cap Haney. "Where's Brooks?" I tell him. Brooks is poking around in the mountains up back of the post. He is jumpy and worried and peevish, and he acts like he's trying to find something that ain't there, but he's bound he's going to find it regardless. "Too bad he's not here," says Haney. He turns to the girl. "This is Joe Brinkley," he says. "He's Brooks' assistant. And Joe, this is Inspector Caldwell, Miss Caldwell." "Inspector will do," says the girl, curt. She looks at me accusing. "I'm here to check into this matter of a competitive trading post on Mocklin." "Oh," I says, "that's bad business, but it ain't cut into our trade much. In fact, I don't think it's cut our trade at all." "Get my baggage ashore, Captain," says Inspector Caldwell, imperious. "Then you can go about your business. I'll stay here until you stop on your return trip." I call, "Hey, Deeth!" but he's right behind me. He looks respectful and admiring at the girl. You'd swear he's human. He spit an image of Casey, who used to be on Mocklin until 6 years back. "Yes, sir," says Deeth. He says to the girl, "Yes, ma'am. I'll show you your quarters, ma'am, and your baggage will get there right away. This way, ma'am." He leads her off, but he don't have to send for her baggage. A pack of Mocklins come along dragging it, hoping of having her say thank you to them for it. There hasn't ever been a human woman on Mocklin before, and they're all excited. I bet if there had been women around before, there'd have been hell loose before, too. But now the Mocklins just hang around admiring. There are kids with whiskers like Old Man Bland, and other kids with mustaches, male and female both, and all that sort of stuff. I'm pointing out to Cap Haney some kids that bear a remarkable resemblance to him, and he's saying, "Well, what do you know?" when Inspector Caldwell comes back. "What are you waiting for, Captain?" she asks, frosty. "The ship usually grounds a few hours," I explain. "These Mocklins are such friendly critters, we figure it makes goodwill for the trading post for the crew to be friendly with 'em." "I doubt," says Inspector Caldwell, her voice dripping icicles, "that I shall advise that custom be continued." Cap Haney shrugs his shoulders and goes off, so I know Inspector Caldwell is high up in the company. She ain't old, maybe in her middle 20s, I'd say. But the Caldwell family practically owns the company, and all the nephews and cousins and so on get put into special school so they can go to work in the family firm. They get taught pretty good, and most of them really rate the good jobs they get. Anyhow, there's plenty of good jobs. The company runs 20 or 30 solar systems, and it's run pretty tight. Being a Caldwell means you get breaks, but you got to live up to them. Cap Haney almost has to fight his way through the Mocklins, who want to give him flowers and fruits and such. Mocklins are sure crazy about humans. He gets to the entry port and goes in, and the door closes, and the Mocklins pull back. Then the Palmyra booms. The ground repulsor unit is on. She heaves up like she is grunting, and goes bulging up into the air, and the humming gets deeper and deeper, and fainter, and suddenly there's a keen whistling, and she's gone. It's all very normal. Nobody would guess that this is the last time but one an Earthship will ever lift off Mocklin. Inspector Caldwell taps her foot, icy. "When will you send for Mr. Brooks?" she demands. "Right away," I says to her. "Deeth." "I sent a runner for him, ma'am," says Deeth. "If he was in hearing of the ship's landing, he may be on the way here now." He bows and goes in the trade room. There are Mocklins that came to see the ship land, and now have tramped over to do some trading. Inspector Caldwell jumps. What's that?" she asks, tense. The trees that crowded off the field to make room for the Palmyra are waddling back. I realize for the first time that it might look funny to somebody just landed on Mocklin. They are regular-looking trees, in a way. They got bark and branches and so on. Only they can put their roots down into holes they make in the ground, and that's the way they stay, mostly. But they can move. Wild ones, when there's a water shortage or they get too crowded or mad with each other, they pull up their roots and go waddling around looking for a better place to take root in. The trees on our landing field have learned that every so often a ship is going to land, and they've got to make room for it. But now the ship is gone, and they're lurching back to their places. The younger ones are waddling faster than the big ones, though, and taking the best places, and the old grunting trees are waving their branches indignant and puffing after them mad as hell. I explain what is happening. Inspector Caldwell just stares. Then Sally comes lumbering up. I got a friendly feeling for Sally. She's pretty old. Her trunk is all of 3 feet thick, but she always puts out a branch to shade my window in the morning, and I never let any other tree take her place. She comes groaning up and uncoils her roots and sticks them down one by one into the holes she'd left and sort of scrunches into place and looks peaceful. "Aren't they dangerous?" asks Inspector Caldwell, pretty uneasy. "Not a bit," I says. "Things can change on Mocklin. They don't have to fight. Things fight in other places because they can't change and they get crowded, and that's the only way they can meet competition. But there's a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. Cooperative, you might call it. It's a nice place to live. Only thing is everything matures so fast. 4 years and a Mocklin is grown up, for instance." She sniffs. "What about that other trading post?" she says, sharp. "Who's back of it? The company is supposed to have exclusive trading rights here. Who's trespassing?" "Brooks is trying to find out," I says. "They got a good complete line of trade goods, but the Mocklins always say the humans running the place have gone off somewhere, hunting and such. We ain't seen any of them." No, says the girl, short. I'll see them. We can't have competition in our exclusive territory. The rest of Mr. Brooks' reports. She stops. Then she says, That clerk of yours reminds me of someone I know. He's a Mocklin, I explain. But he looks like a company man named Casey. Casey's area director over on Cadam 2 now, but he used to be here, and Deeth is the spittin' image of him. Outrageous, says Inspector Caldwell, looking disgusted. There's a couple of trees pushing hard at each other. They are fighting, tree fashion, for a specially good place. And there's others waddling around, mad as hell, because somebody else beat them to the spots they liked. I watch them. Then I grin, because a couple of young trees duck under the fighting big ones and set their roots down in the place the big trees was fighting over. I don't like your attitude, says Inspector Caldwell, furious. She goes stamping into the post, leaving me puzzled. What's wrong with me smiling at those kid trees getting the best of their betters? That afternoon, Brooks comes back, marching ahead of a pack of woods mocklins with greenish skins and saucer eyes that have been guiding him around. He's a good-looking kind of fellow, Brooks is, with a good build and a solid jaw. When he comes out of the woods on the landing field, the trees are all settled down by then, he's striding impatient and loose-jointed. With the woods mocklins trailing him, he looks plenty dramatic, like a visireel picture of an explorer on some unknown planet, coming back from the dark and perilous forests, followed by the strange natives who do not yet know whether this visitor from outer space is a god or what. You know the stuff. I see Inspector Caldwell take a good look at him, and I see her eyes widen. She looks like he is a shock, and not a painful one. He blinks when he sees her. He grunts. What's this, a she-mocklin? Inspector Caldwell draws herself up to her full 5'3". She bristles. I say quick, This here is Inspector Caldwell that the Palmyra dumped off here today. Inspector, this is Brooks, the head trader. They shake hands. He looks at her and says, I'd lost hope my reports would ever get any attention paid to them. You've come to check my report that the trading post on Mocklin has to be abandoned? I have not, says Inspector Caldwell, sharp. That's absurd. This planet has great potentialities. This post is profitable, and the natives are friendly, and the trade should continue to increase. The board is even considering the introduction of special crops. That strikes me as a bright idea. I'd like to see what would happen if Mocklin started cultivating new kinds of plants. It would be a thing to watch. With regular Mocklin plants seeing strangers getting good growing places and special attention, I can't even guess what'll happen, but I want to watch. What I want to ask right off, says Inspector Caldwell, fierce, is why you have allowed a competitive trading post to be established, and why you did not report it sooner, and why you haven't identified the company back of it. Brooks stares at her. He gets mad. Hell, he says, my reports cover all that. Haven't you read them? Of course not, says Inspector Caldwell. I was given an outline of the situation here and told to investigate and correct it. Oh, says Brooks, that's it. Then he looks like he's swallowing naughty words. It is funny to see them glare at each other, both of them looking like they are seeing something that interests them plenty, but throwing off angry sparks just the same. If you show me samples of their trade goods, says Inspector Caldwell, arrogant, and I hope you can do that much, I'll identify the trading company handling them. He grins at her without amusement and leads the way to the inside of the trading post. We bring out the stuff we've had some of our Mocklins go over and buy for us. Brooks dumps the goods on a table and stands back to see what she'll make of them, grinning with the same lack of mirth. She picks up a visireel projector. She says, scornful. Not very good quality. It's... Then she stops. She picks up a forest knife. This, she says, is a product of... Then she stops again. She picks up some cloth and fingers it. She really steams. I see, she says, angry. Because we have been on this planet so long, and the Mocklins are used to our goods, The people of the other trading post duplicate them. Do they cut prices? 50%, says Brooks. I chime in, but we ain't lost much trade. Lots of Mocklins still trade with us out of friendship. Friendly folks, these Mocklins. Just then, Deeth comes in, looking just like Casey that used to be here on Mocklin. He grins at me. A girl just brought you a compliment, he lets me know. Shucks, I says, embarrassed and pleased. Send her in and get a present for her. Deeth goes out. Inspector Caldwell hasn't noticed. She's seething over that other trading company copying our trading goods and underselling us on a planet we're supposed to have exclusive. Brooks looks at her grim. I shall look over their post, she announces fierce, and if they want a trade war, they'll get one. We can cut prices if we need to. We have all the resources of the company behind us. Brooks seems to be steaming on his own, maybe because she hasn't read his reports. But just then, a Mocklin girl comes in. Not bad looking either. You can see she is a Mocklin. She ain't as convincing human as Deeth is, say, but she looks pretty human at that. She giggles at me. Compliment, she says, and shows me what she's carrying. I look. It's a Mocklin kid, a boy, just about brand new. And it has my shape ears, and its nose looks like somebody had stepped on it. My nose is that way. And it looks like a very small-sized working model of me. I chuck it under the chin and say, Kitchy-coo. It gurgles at me. What's your name? I ask the girl. She tells me. I don't remember it, and I don't remember ever seeing her before, but she's paid me a compliment all right, Mocklin style. Mighty nice, I say. Cute as all get out. I hope he grows up to have more sense than I got, though. Then Deeth comes in with an armload of trade stuff, like old man Bland gave to the first Mocklin kid that was born with long whiskers like his, and I say, Thanks for the compliment. I am greatly honored. She takes the stuff and giggles again and goes out. The kid beams at me over her shoulder and waves its fist. Mighty human-like. A right cute kid, any way you look at it. Then I hear a noise. Inspector Caldwell is regarding me with loathing in her eyes. Did you say they were friendly creatures? She asks, bitter. I think affectionate would be a better word. Her voice shakes. You are going to be transferred out of here the instant that Palmyra gets back. What's the matter? I asked, surprised. She paid me a compliment, and I gave her a present. It's a custom. She's satisfied. I never see her before that I remember. You don't, she says. The callousness. You're revolting. Brooks begins to sputter. Then he snickers, and all of a sudden he's howling with laughter. He is laughing at Inspector Caldwell. Then I get it, and I snort. Then I hoot and holler. It gets funnier when she gets madder still. She near blows up from being mad. We must look crazy, the two of us there in the post, just hollering with laughter while she gets furiouser and furiouser. Finally, I have to lay down on the floor to laugh more comfortable. You see, she doesn't get a bit of what I've told her about there being a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. The more disgusted and furious she looks at me, the harder I have to laugh. I can't help it. When we set out for the other trading post next day, the atmosphere ain't what you'd call exactly cordial. There is just the inspector and me, with Deeth and a couple of other Mocklins for the look of things. She has on a green forest suit, and with her red hair, she sure looks good. But she looks at me cold when Brooks says I'll take her over to the other post, and she doesn't say a word the first mile or two. We trudge on, and presently Deeth and the others get ahead, so they can't hear what she says. And she remarks, indignant, I must say, Mr. Brooks isn't very cooperative. Why didn't he come with me? Is he afraid of the men at the other post? Not him, I says. He's a good guy. But you got authority over him, and you ain't read his reports. If I have authority, she says sharp, I assure you it's because I'm competent. I don't doubt it, I says. If he wasn't cute, he wouldn't care. But a man don't want a good-looking girl giving him orders. He wants to give them to her. A homely woman, it don't matter. She tosses her head, but it don't displease her. Then she says, "What's in the reports that I should have read?" "I don't know," I admit, "but he's been sweating over them. It makes him mad that nobody bothered to read 'em." "Maybe," she guesses, "it was what I need to know about this other trading post. What do you know about it, Mr. Brinkley?" I tell her what Deeth has told Brooks. Brooks found out about it because one day some Mocklins came in to trade and asked friendly why we charged so much for this and that. Deeth told them we'd always charged that, and they say the other trading post sells things cheaper, and Deeth says, "What trading post?" So they up and tell him there's another trading post that sells the same kind of things we do, only cheaper. But that's all they say. So Brooks tells Deeth to find out, and he scouts around and comes back. There is another trading post only 15 miles away, and it is selling stuff just like ours, and it charges only half price. Deeth didn't see the men, just the Mocklin clerks. We ain't been able to see the men either. "Why haven't you seen the men?" "Every time Brooks or me go over," I explain, "the Mocklins they got working for them say the other men are off somewhere. Maybe they're starting some more posts. We wrote 'em a note asking what the hell they mean, but they never answered it. Of course, we ain't seen their books or their living quarters." "You could find out plenty by a glimpse at their books," she snaps. "Why haven't you just marched in and made the Mocklin show you what you want to know, since the men were away?" "Because," I says, patient, "Mocklins imitate humans. If we start trouble, they'll start it too. We can't set an example of rough stuff like burglary, mayhem, breaking and entering, manslaughter, or bigamy, or those Mocklins will do just like us." "Bigamy," she grabs on that sardonic. "If you're trying to make me think you've got enough moral sense..." I get a little mad. Brooks and me, we've explained to her careful how it is admiration and the way evolution works on Mocklin that makes Mocklin kids get born with long whiskers, and that the compliment the Mocklin girl has paid me is just exactly that. But she hasn't listened to a word. "Miss Caldwell," I says, "Brooks and me told you the facts. We tried to tell them delicate to spare your feelings. Now, if you'll try to spare mine, I'll thank you." "If you mean your finer feelings," she says, sarcastic, "I'll spare them as soon as I find some." So I shut up. There's no use trying to argue with a woman. We tramp on through the forest without a word. Presently, we come on a nest bush. It's a pretty big one. There are a couple of dozen nests on it, from the little bitty bud ones, no bigger than your fist, to the big ripe ones lined with soft stuff that have busted open and have got cacklebirds housekeeping in them now. There are 2 cacklebirds sitting on a branch by the nest that is big enough to open up and have eggs laid in it, only it ain't. The cacklebirds are making noises like they are cussing it and telling it to hurry up and open, because they are in a hurry. "That's a nest bush," I says. "It grows nests for the cacklebirds. The birds, fertilize the ground around it. They're sloppy feeders and drop a lot of stuff that rots and is fertilizer too. The nest bush and the cacklebirds kind of cooperate. That's the way evolution works on Mocklin, like Brooks and me told you." She tosses that red head of hers and stamps on, not saying a word. So we get to the other trading post, and there she gets one of these slow-burning, long-lasting mads on that fill a guy like me with awe. There's only Mocklins at the other trading post, as usual. They say the humans are off somewhere. They look at her admiring and polite. They show her their stock. It is practically identical with ours, only they admit that they've sold out of some items because their prices are low. They act most respectful and pleased to see her. But she don't learn a thing about where their stuff comes from or what company is horning in on Mocklin trade. And she looks at their head clerk, and she burns and burns. When we get back, Brooks is sweating over memorandums he has made, getting another report ready for the next company ship. Inspector Caldwell marches into the trade room and gives orders in a controlled, venomous voice. Then she marches right in on Brooks. "I have just ordered the Mocklin sales force to cut the price on all items on sale by 75%, she says, her voice trembling a little with fury. "I have also ordered the credit given for Mocklin trade goods to be doubled. They want a trade war? They'll get it. She is a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, tired, I'd like to show you some facts. I've been over every inch of territory in 30 miles, looking for a place where a ship could land for that other post. There isn't any. Does that mean anything to you? The post is there, isn't it? She says. And they have trade goods, haven't they? And we have exclusive trading rights on Mocklin, haven't we? That's enough for me. Our job is to drive them out of business. But she's a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, very weary, there's nearly a whole planet where they could have put another trading post. They could have set up shop on the other hemisphere and charged any price they pleased. But they set up shop right next to us. Does that make sense? Setting up close, she says, would furnish them with customers already used to human trade goods, and it furnished them with Mocklins trained to be interpreters and clerks. And then it came out, what she's raging, boiling, steaming, burning up about. And, she says, furious, it furnished them with a Mocklin head clerk who is a very handsome young man, Mr. Brooks. He not only resembles you in every feature, but he even has a good many of your mannerisms. You should be very proud. With this, she slams out of the room. Brooks blinks. She won't believe anything, he says, sour, except only that man is vile. Is that true about a Mocklin that looks like me? I nod. Funny his folks never showed him to me for a compliment present. Then he stares at me hard. How good is the likeness? If he is wearing your clothes, I tell him truthful, I'd swear he is you. Then Brooks, slow, very slow, turns white. Remember the time you went off with Deeth and his folks hunting? That was the time a Mocklin got killed. You were wearing guest garments, weren't you? I feel queer inside, but I nod. Guest garments, for Mocklins, are like the best bedroom and the drumstick of the chicken among humans. And a Mocklin hunting party is something. They go hunting garlictos, which you might as well call dragons, because they've got scales and they fly and they're tough babies. The way to hunt them is to take along some cacklebirds that ain't nesting. They are no good for anything while they're honeymooning, and the cacklebirds go flapping around until the garlictos comes after them, and then they go jet-streaking to where the hunters are, cackling a blue streak to say, "Here I come, boys. Hold everything till I get past." Then the garlictos dives after them, and the hunters get it as it dives. You give the cacklebirds its innards, and they sit around and eat, cackling to each other, zestful, like they're bragging about the other times they've done the same, only better. You were wearing guest garments, repeats Brooks, grim. I feel very queer inside, but I nod again. Mocklin guest garments are mighty easy on the skin and feel mighty good. They ain't exactly practical hunting clothes, but the Mocklins feel bad if a human that's their guest don't wear them. And, of course, he has to shed his human clothes to wear them. What's the idea? I want to know. But I feel pretty unhappy inside. You didn't come back for one day, in the middle of the hunt, after tobacco and a bath? No, I says, beginning to get rattled. We were way over at the Thunlib Hills. We buried the dead Mocklin over there and had a hell of a time building a tomb over him. Why? During that week, says Brooks, grim, and while you were off wearing Mocklin guest garments, somebody came back wearing your clothes and got some tobacco and passed the time of day and went off again. Joe, just like there's a Mocklin you say could pass for me, there's one that could pass for you. In fact, he did. Nobody suspected either. I get panicky. But what'd he do that for? I want to know. He didn't steal anything. Would he have done it just to brag to the other Mocklins that he fooled you? He might, says Brooks, have been checking to see if he could fool me, or Captain Haney of the Palmyra, or... He looks at me, and I feel myself going numb. This could mean one hell of a mess. I haven't told you before, says Brooks, but I've been guessing at something like this. Mocklins like to be human, And they've got human kids, kids that look human anyway. Maybe they can want to be smart like humans, and they are. He tries to grin and can't. That rival trading post looked fishy to me right at the start. They're practicing with that. It shouldn't be there at all, but it is. You see? I feel weak and sick all over. This is a dangerous sort of thing. But I say quick, if you mean they got Mocklins that could pass for you and me, and they're figuring to bump us off and take our places, I don't believe that. Mocklins like humans. They wouldn't harm humans for anything. Brooks didn't pay any attention. He says, harsh, I've been trying to persuade the company that we've got to get out of here fast, and they send this Inspector Caldwell, who's not only female, but a redhead to boot. And all they think about is a competitive trading post, and all she sees is that we're a bunch of lascivious scoundrels, and since she's a woman, there's nothing that'll convince her otherwise. Then something hits me. It looks hopeful. She's the first human woman to land on Mocklin, and she has got red hair. It's the first red hair the Mocklins ever saw. Have we got time? He figures. Then he says, with luck, it ought to turn up. You've hit it. And then his expression sort of softens. If that happens, poor kid, she's going to take it hard. Women hate to be wrong, especially redheads. But that might be the saving of humanity when you think of it. I blink at him. He goes on, fierce. Look, I'm no Mocklin. You know that. But if there's a Mocklin that looks enough like me to take my place, you see? We've got to think of Inspector Caldwell anyhow. If you ever see me cross my fingers, you wiggle your little finger. Then I know it's you. And the other way about. Get it? You swear you watch over Inspector Caldwell? Sure, I say. Of course. I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his. It's a signal nobody but us two would know. I feel a lot better. Brooks goes off the next morning, grim, to visit the other trading post and see the Mocklin that looks so much like him. Inspector Caldwell goes along, fierce, and I'm guessing it's to see the fireworks when Brooks sees this Mocklin double that she thinks is more than a coincidence. Which she is right, only not in the way she thinks. Before they go, Brooks crosses his fingers and looks at me significant. I wiggle my little finger back at him. They go off. I sit down in the shade of Sally and try to think things out. I am all churned up inside and scared as hell. It's nearly 2 weeks to landing time when the old Palmyra ought to come bulging down out of the sky with a load of new trade goods. I think wistful about how swell everything has been on Mocklin up to now, and how Mocklins admire humans, and how friendly everything has been, and how it's a great compliment for Mocklins to want to be like humans and to get like them, and how no Mocklin would ever dream of hurting a human, and how they imitate humans joyous and reverent and happy. Nice people, Mocklins, but the end of things is in sight. Liking humans has made Mocklin smart, but now there's been a slip-up. Mocklins will do anything to produce kids that look like humans. That's a compliment. But no human ever sees a Mocklin that's 4 or 5 years old and all grown up and looks so much like him that nobody can tell them apart. That ain't scheming. It's just that Mocklins like humans, but they're scared the humans might not like to see themselves in a sort of Mocklin mirror. So if they did that at all, they'd maybe keep it a secret, like children keep secrets from grown-ups. Mocklins are a lot like kids. You can't help liking them. But a human can get plenty panicky if he thinks what would happen if Mocklins get to passing for humans among humans and want their kids to have top-grade brains and top-grade talents and so on. I sweat sitting there. I can see the whole picture. Brooks is worrying about Mocklins loose among humans, outsmarting them as their kids grow up, being the big politicians, the bosses, the planetary pioneers, the prettiest girls and the handsomest guys in the galaxy. Everything humans want to be themselves. Just thinking about it is enough to make any human feel like he's going nuts. But Brooks is also worrying about Inspector Caldwell, who is 5'3" and red-headed and cute as a bug's ear and riding for a bad fall. They come back from the trip to the other trading post. Inspector Caldwell is baffled and mad. Brooks is sweating and scared. He slips me the signal, and I wiggle my little finger back at him, just so I'll know he didn't get substituted for without Inspector Caldwell knowing it, and so he knows nothing happened to me while he was gone. They didn't see the Mocklin that looks like Brooks. They didn't get a bit of information we didn't have before, which is just about none at all. Things go on. Brooks and me are sweating it out until the Palmyra lets down out of the sky again. Meanwhile, praying for Inspector Caldwell to get her ears pinned back so proper steps can be taken. And every morning he crosses his fingers at me, and I wiggle my little finger back at him, and he watches over Inspector Caldwell tender. The other trading post goes on placid. They sell their stuff at half the price we sell ours for. So, on Inspector Caldwell's orders, we cut ours again to half what they sell theirs for. So, they sell theirs for half what we sell ours for. So, we sell ours for half what they sell theirs for. And so on. Meanwhile, we sweat. 3 days before the Palmyra is due, our goods are marked at just exactly 1% of what they was marked a month before, and the other trading post is selling them at half that. It looks like we are going to have to pay a bonus to Mocklin's to take our goods away for us to compete with the other trading post. Otherwise, everything looks normal on the surface. Mocklin's hang around as usual, friendly and admiring. They'll hang around a couple days just to get a look at Inspector Caldwell, and they regard her respectful. Brooks looks grim. He is head over heels crazy about her now, and she knows it, and she rides him hard. She snaps at him, and he answers her patient and gentle, because he knows that when what he hopes is going to happen, she is going to need him to comfort her. She has about wiped out our stock, throwing bargain sales. Our shelves are almost bare, but the other trading post still has plenty of stock. "Mr. Brooks," says Inspector Caldwell, bitter at breakfast, "we'll have to take most of the Palmyra's cargo to fill up our inventory." "Maybe," he says, tender, "and maybe not." "But we've got to drive that other post out of business," she says, desperate. Then she breaks down. This is my first independent assignment. I've got to handle it successfully." He hesitates, but just then Deeth comes in. He beams friendly at Inspector Caldwell. "A compliment for you, ma'am. 3 of them." She goggles at him. Brooks says gentle, "It's all right. Deeth, show them in and get some presents." Inspector Caldwell splutters incredulous. But, don't be angry," says Brooks. "They mean it as a compliment. It is, actually, you know." 3 Mocklin girls come in giggling. They are not bad looking at all. They look as human as Deeth, but one of them has a long, droopy mustache, like a mate of the Palmyra. That's because they had never seen a human woman before Inspector Caldwell came along. They sure have admired her, though, and Mocklin kids get born fast, very fast. They show her what they're holding up so proud and happy in their arms. They have got 3 little Mocklin kids, 1 apiece, and every one of them has red hair, just like Inspector Caldwell, and every one of them is a girl that is the spit and image of her. You would swear they are human babies, and you'd swear they are hers. But of course they ain't. They make kid noises and wave their little fists. Inspector Caldwell's just plain paralyzed. She stares at them and goes red as fire and white as chalk, and she is speechless. So Brooks has to do the honors. He admires the kids extravagant, and the Mocklin girls giggle, and they take the compliment presents Deeth brings in, and they go out happy. When the door closes, Inspector Caldwell wilts. "Oh," she wails, "it's true. You haven't. They can make their babies look like anybody they want." Brooks puts his arm around her, and she begins to cry against his shoulder. He pats her and says, "They've got a queer sort of evolution on Mocklin, darling. Babies here inherit desired characteristics, not acquired characteristics, but desired ones. And what could be more desirable than you?" I am blinking at them. He says to me, cold, "Will you kindly get the hell out of here and stay out?" I come to. I says, "Just one precaution." I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his fingers at me. "Then," I says, "since there's no chance of a mistake, I'll leave you two together." And I do. The Palmyra booms down out of the sky 2 days later. We are all packed up. Inspector Caldwell is shaky on the porch of the post when Mocklins come hollering and waving friendly over from the landing field, pulling a freight truck with Cap Haney on it. I see other festive groups around members of the crew that, this being a scheduled stop, have been given ship leave for a couple of hours to visit their Mocklin friends. "I've got the usual cargo," begins Cap Haney. "Don't discharge it," says Inspector Caldwell, firm. "We are abandoning this post. I have authority, and Mr. Brooks has convinced me of the necessity for it. Please, get our baggage to the ship." He gapes at her. "The company don't like to give in to competition." "There isn't any competition," says Inspector Caldwell. She gulps. "Darling, you tell him," she says to Brooks. He says, lucid, "She's right, Captain. The other trading post is purely a Mocklin enterprise. They like to do everything that humans do. Since humans were running a trading post, they opened one too. They bought goods from us and pretended to sell them at half price, and we cut our prices, and they bought more goods from us and pretended to sell at half the new prices. Some Mocklin or other must have thought it would be nice to be a smart businessman, so his kids would be smart businessmen. Too smart. We close up this post before Mocklins think of other things." He means, of course, that if Mocklins get loose from their home planet and pass as humans, their kids can maybe take over human civilization. Human nature couldn't take that, but it is something to be passed on to the high brass and not told around general. "Better sound the emergency recall signal," says Inspector Caldwell, brisk. We go over to the ship, and the Palmyra lets go that wailing siren that'll carry 20 miles. Any crew member in hearing is going to beat it back to the ship full speed. They come running from every which way, where they've been visiting their Mocklin friends. And then, all of a sudden, here comes a fellow wearing Mocklin guest garments, yelling, "Hey, wait! I ain't got my clothes!" And then there is what you might call a dead silence, because lined up for Chekhov is another guy that comes running at the recall signal, and he is wearing ship's clothes, and you can see that him and the guy in the Mocklin guest garments are just exactly alike. Twins, identical. The spit and image of each other. And it is for sure that one of them is a Mocklin. But which? Cap Haney's eyes start to pop out of his head. But then the guy in Palmyra uniform grins and says, "Okay, I'm a Mocklin. But us Mocklins like humans so much, I thought it would be nice to make a trip to Earth and see more humans. My parents planned it 5 years ago, made me look like this wonderful human, and hid me for this moment. But we would not want to make any difficulties for humans, so I have confessed, and I will leave the ship." He takes it as a joke on him. He talks English as good as anybody. I don't know how anybody could tell which was the human guy and which one the Mocklin. But this Mocklin grins and steps down, and the other Mocklins admire him enormous for passing even a few minutes as human among humans. We get away from there so fast, he is allowed to keep the human uniform. Mocklin is the first planet that humans ever got off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating copious. It's one of those things that humans just can't take. Not that there's anything wrong with Mocklins. They're swell folks. They like humans. But humans just can't take the idea of Mocklins passing for human and being all the things humans want to be themselves. I think it's really a false alarm. I'll find out pretty soon. Inspector Caldwell and Brooks get married, and they go off to a post on Briareus 4, a swell place for a honeymoon if there ever was one, and I guess they're living happy ever after. Me, I go to the new job the company assigns me, telling me stern not to talk about Mocklin, which I don't, and the Space Patrol orders no human ship to land on Mocklin for any reason. But I've been saving money and worrying. I keep thinking of those 3 Mocklin kids that Inspector Caldwell knows she ain't the father of. I worry about those kids. I hope nothing's happened to them. Mocklin kids grow up fast, like I told you. They'll be just about grown now. I'll tell you, I've bought me a little private space cruiser, small but good. I'm shoving off for Mocklin next week. If one of those three ain't married, I'm going to marry her, Mocklin style, and bring her out to a human colony planet. We'll have some kids. I know just what I want my kids to be like. They'll have plenty of brains, top-level brains, and the girls will be real good-looking. But besides that, I've got to bring some other Mocklins out and start them passing for human, too, because my kids are going to need other Mocklins to marry, ain't they? It's not that I don't like humans. I do. If the fellow I look like, Joe Brinkley, hadn't got killed accidental on that hunting trip with Deeth, I never would have thought of taking his place and being Joe Brinkley. But you can't blame me for wanting to live among humans. Wouldn't you if you was a Mocklin? The end of If You Was a Mocklin by Murray Leinster.
The Invader by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael A. The Invader by Alfred Koppel. The Triomed advanced stealthily across the floor of the dark cell toward the sleeping figure huddled in the corner. After the long, lonely voyage, the nearness to a host filled the Triomed with eager anticipation. The tiny spaceship that had carried him into this lush planetary system far from the galaxy's heart lay well hidden behind him. So far as he could tell, his descent had not been detected, and that was as it should be, for he was a Triomed and a scientist. One of the finest in the service of his dying race. Dying, that is, until now, he thought. No longer would the race of Triomeds weaken and die for lack of suitable hosts. This third planet of the yellow sun was a paradise thick with warm-blooded biped mammals. The sleeping creature stirred uneasily as though sensing the approach of danger. The Triomed froze into immobility. It was unlikely that he could be seen, he knew, though the sense of sight was only a synthesized abstraction to him. It was not one of his own proper senses, but he had been able to detect at long distance that almost every living creature on this planet received impressions through certain specialized organs mounted on and within their structure. There were plants, of course, as there were on Triom, but they were unimportant. There were viruses, too, and he had been afraid when he had discovered this fact that he had arrived too late. But the first attempts at establishing communication had relieved the Triomed of his fears. The indigenous viruses were primitive, not at all like his own illustrious ancestors of ancient Triom. The sleeping biped relaxed, and the Triomed inched forward again, a flat, almost two-dimensional smear of glistening matter on the floor in front of the biped. From high above the planet's night side, the Triomed had sensed the city. He had absorbed its shape and size and meaning while his craft settled through the heavy, oxygen-rich air. It was not enough that his instruments told of suitable hosts. He was a scientist and believed in absolute proof. Also, he had been in space long, without the satisfaction of a host, and he had yearned for the rapport, the domination of a warm-blooded creature. There had been a dark segment in the brilliant pattern of the city, an island of solitude amid the myriad confluences. It was there that he had landed his tiny probe ship and hidden it among the thickly wooded glades. Almost immediately he had sensed the nearness of many creatures. Insects, plants, warm-blooded quadrupeds, and bipeds. There had been machines and buildings and winding roadways among the trees. Darkness had covered his progress until at last he found himself near the sleeping creature, ready to infiltrate and take command. The glistening shape elongated, became a thread-like tendril of almost gossamer thickness. It touched the flesh of the sleeper and thrilled with pleasure. Cautiously, the Triomed moved up the hairy leg, an invisible strand of alien life close to the warm skin. Presently, the strand found the opening it sought. It slithered imperceptibly into the moist warmth of the sleeper's nostril, moved through the tear duct into the space behind the eyeball. Here it probed through muscle and membrane along the base of the brain, seeking the pineal gland. and found it, penetrated it, coiling like a microscopic serpent within the gland. A surge of pleasure went through the Triomed. Here was safety. The host was large, powerful, and vibrant with life. Quickly, the Triomed established dominance. It was shockingly easy. The creature's mind was immature, primitive. Briefly it struggled, and then died as the alien poisoned the identity centers of the brain. New sensations poured in through unfamiliar sense organs. Sounds of the faraway city, small sounds from the many living creatures in the darkness. Smells and sights and pressures from all about him presented themselves, were evaluated and recorded in the atomic structure of the Triomed. He was now equipped, he reflected with satisfaction, to carry out further exploration. In the guise of the indigenous biped, he could roam among the natives at will. He remained in a sitting position, however, while he familiarized himself with his host. He had 2 articulated appendages fixed to the trunk at a point near and below the skull case. These ended in complex extremities consisting of 5 jointed fingers. The same pattern was repeated at the lower end of the trunk, but the extremities were suited there for the carrying of the creature's considerable weight. Within the trunk were the customary viscera generally associated with warm-blooded beings: lungs, intestines, stomach, liver, bladder, reproductive organs, and assorted ducted and ductless glands. It was apparent to the Triomed that his present body was in excellent health. He was greatly pleased. After some careful experiments, the Triomed rose. If there was a proper method of egress from the cubicle in which he found himself, it was not imprinted on the biped's brain. For a moment this gave the alien pause. He could, of course, determine the proper method by a tedious process of trial and error, but that would take time, and he had no desire to waste the hours of darkness. One wall, he noted, consisted of vertical risers fixed in the substance of the floor and ceiling. Beyond, he could see the darkling woods and the sky glow of the city. The answer, then, was simple force. He did not doubt there was strength enough in the host's musculature to distort the risers. His assumption was quite correct. Stepping through the bent risers, he picked his way along a narrow walkway lined with cubicles similar to the one he had left. Within them, dark shapes moved or lay sleeping. Some were alert, others were not, but none gave an alarm. The Triomed reached the end of the walk, scaled a fence easily, and stood on a surface of wet grass that sloped away from the low, dark building toward the woods. Behind him he heard a shout. A narrow beam of light pierced the night, swinging to and fro with a searching motion. He had a fleeting glimpse of a small biped running down the walk toward the cubicle he had deserted. The Triomed broke toward the wood with a long, loping pace that covered the ground with unbelievable swiftness. The probing light did not find him. Once among the trees, he paused and took his bearings. The woods were not thick. He could see the lights of the city through the foliage. They began at the very edge of the trees, where a wide open area could be discerned. Wheeled vehicles moved past with breathtaking speed. If there was pursuit, it was inefficient, for the Triomed moved through the woods undisturbed until he stood at the edge of the avenue, sheltered by the shadow of a large tree. Most of the traffic was vehicular, he noted. There were few pedestrians. From the noise and odor, he classified the vehicles as being powered by internal combustion engines burning hydrocarbons. Primitive. That was good, he reflected. When the fleets of Triom descended on this planet, there would be no science worthy of the name to oppose them. He waited until there was an interval in the traffic, and then stepped out confidently, crossing the avenue. As he reached the opposite side, he heard a screech of brakes and a garbled choking sound. He did not turn to discover the source of the disturbance until he had reached the shelter of a building on the far side of the walk bordering the street. A vehicle had stopped at an oblique angle to the lane in which it was traveling, and its single occupant, a very pale-faced biped, was goggling stupidly in the direction of the hidden Triomed. For the first time, the alien being felt a twinge of apprehension. Certainly he had done nothing out of the ordinary in crossing the open space on foot. But perhaps there were tribal taboos and traditions among the natives that could not be ignored without attracting attention. The Triomed promised himself that he would exercise more caution in such matters. Too much depended on this reconnaissance to allow it to be disturbed by carelessness. He worked his way through the shadows between the many buildings until the wide highway was far behind him. He was very aware of the teeming life all about him, in the buildings, in the vehicles on the streets. Still, some odd impulse that stemmed from the numbed brain of his host rather than his own kept him fairly hidden. This, he decided with something akin to annoyance, was not as it should be. If his survey were to be of any value, he must roam at will and without fear of detection, secure in his disguise. Presently he came upon a street where streams of bipeds jostled one another, each seemingly intent upon its own particular, incomprehensible errands. For a long while he watched from the shelter of an alley doorway, classifying and integrating the information his host's sharp eyes brought him. It was miraculous. Hosts of every size and description were in abundance, an unlimited supply of them, enough for the whole population of Triom. It was beyond belief, but he could not doubt. And this was but a single concentration, a single city. From the stratosphere he had seen hundreds of similar cities. Paradise. He envisioned the fleets of Triom descending, the Triomeds emerging and infiltrating. The thoughts brought pride and anticipation. It had been so easy. He decided not to linger. He felt now that he had his proofs, and that he should return at once to his ship. Triom must be told immediately. The communicator in the ship could carry the message as soon as the craft reached a suitable distance from planetary mass. He would return, send the ship aloft, dispatch his message, and then return to his host to await the others of his race. His decision made, he stepped confidently out into the throng of bipeds, seeking the shortest route back to his hidden craft. The result was instantaneous and amazing. The crowd drew back with a howling, shrieking noise, leaving him standing in the center of a circle of dead white faces. Behind the first row of bipeds, he could see others running in every direction and screaming at the top of their voices. The racket, combined with the noises of the city, was most unpleasant. The Triomed began to be afraid. He broke into a rapid walk, and the crowd parted before him with much louder screeching. Here and there a biped, apparently braver than the rest, made threatening motions with bundles or knotted fists. A package struck him on the shoulder. The Triomed began to run. He noted for the first time that he towered head and shoulders over most of the bipeds nearby, and his host's brain interpreted the smells of hate and fear all about him. The crowd scattered wildly at his approach, but he was being followed. Panic began to clutch at the alien. What had he done wrong? Somewhere a wailing sound began. Vehicles with glaring red lights swept past him with vicious, explosive noises. He felt a stinging pain in one leg and glanced down to see it streaked with red. Ahead of him, a line of bipeds all clothed in identical blue sacks of fabric had formed, spilling from the vehicles as they halted. The Triomed stopped, sensing mortal danger. Behind him, the mob rumbled. Ahead, the blue biped stood holding artifacts that the Triomed did not for an instant doubt were weapons. No street opened up on either side of him. He was trapped between the weapons, the mob, and two tall buildings. He hesitated only for a moment. With a desperate leap, he reached the second level of the windows of the building nearest him and clung there, gasping. A white-faced creature appeared and began poking at him with a steel rod that burned like fire when it touched his host's flesh. The creature screamed shrilly all the while. With a sob, the Triomed swung himself onto the window ledge and began climbing upward, toward the roof of the building. It was slow work, and the pain in his leg and burned shoulder slowed him down. He dare not free himself of his host now, for he was much too far from his ship to be able to return in his natural form. There were searchlights in the street below, probing at him as he clung to the sheer facade of the building. Panic drove him upward. A continuous wailing roar rose from the canyon below, a fear-laden, hideous cacophony. The Triomed felt himself weak with terror, part of which was his host's and part of which stemmed from within himself. The terror and fear of not knowing what had gone wrong, and why he stood now in such peril. At last he reached the roof. He heaved himself over the parapet and lay for a moment, flanks heaving painfully. Then he stiffened with a new fear. He was not alone. The roof was occupied. A score or more of armed bipeds blocked him into a triangular corner of the roof. He got to his feet and stumbled backward. Their weapons were aimed at him. He retreated until the parapet stopped him, warning of the sheer drop to the street far below. A figure separated itself from the armed mass. A flash of recognition came, partially his own, partially his host's. It was the small biped he had seen in the searchlight beam running toward the cubicle he had deserted so long ago, it seemed. The small creature began speaking, making soft, soothing noises, advancing all the while, a tiny glass vial in his hands. Without knowing why, the Triomed felt his lips pull away from his teeth in a snarl. He heard a deep, rumbling, growling sound in his own throat. The biped stopped, and the Triomed could smell his sudden fear. He felt a surge of incomprehensible rage come over him. He crouched menacingly. The creature took a step closer. Another. The Triomed tensed. The creature was within reach, extending the vial. The alien could see that it was tipped with a sliver of steel. He sprang. The weapons crashed. The alien felt the thudding impact of projectiles penetrating the brain case. In a panic, he began to extrude from the pineal gland. If death overcame the host while he had rapport, he too would die. And if he died, Triom would die. He felt his huge body totter. There was another blast from the weapons, and he sensed the projectile coming, with what seemed to be agonizing slowness to his quickened senses. It was spinning in the darkness. It struck the eye, smashed it, moved inward along the base of the brain. The Triomed felt one deep, searing agony that was his alone as the bullet crushed him. The hot metal, acrid touch was the last thing he knew before death came. The policemen stood about in a circle, staring down in mixed awe and relief at the huge body on the roof. "I've seen him 12 times in the park," one said. "He always seems so peaceable." He shook his head. "What in hell do you suppose came over him?" The keeper looked up from where he knelt over the deep, still chest, bloody and riddled with bullets. "It happens like this sometimes," he said. "You can never tell about gorillas." End of The Invader by Alfred Koppel. Read by Michael A.
A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. She'd paid good money to see the inevitable, and then had to work to make it happen. There were 2 important things. 1, that she was very old. 2, that Mr. Thurkel was taking her to God. For hadn't he patted her hand and said, "Mrs. Bellows, we'll take off into space in my rocket and go to find him together." And that was how it was going to be. Oh, this wasn't like any other group Mrs. Bellows had ever joined. In her fervor to light a path for her delicate, tottering feet, she had struck matches down dark alleys and found her way to Hindu mystics who floated their flickering, starry eyelashes over crystal balls. She had walked on the meadow paths with ascetic Indian philosophers imported by daughters in spirit of Madame Blavatsky. She had made pilgrimages to California's stucco jungles to hunt the astrological seer in his natural habitat. She had even consented to signing away the rights to one of her homes in order to be taken into the shouting order of a temple of amazing evangelists who had promised her golden smoke, crystal fire, and the great soft hand of God coming to bear her home. None of these people had ever shaken Mrs. Bellows' faith, even when she saw them sirened away in a black wagon in the night, or discovered their pictures, bleak and unromantic, in the morning tabloids. The world had roughed them up and locked them away because they knew too much, that was all. And then, 2 weeks ago, she had seen Mr. Thurkel's advertisement in New York City. "Come to Mars. Stay at the Thurkel Restorium for 1 week, and then on into space on the greatest adventure life can offer. Send for free pamphlet, Nearer My God to Thee. Excursion rates, round trip, slightly lower." Round trip, Mrs. Bellows had thought, but who would come back after seeing him? And so she had bought a ticket and flown off to Mars and spent 7 mild days at Mr. Thurkel's Restorium, the building with a sign on it which flashed, "Thurkel's Rocket to Heaven." She had spent the week bathing in limpid waters and erasing the care from her tiny bones, and now she was fidgeting, ready to be loaded into Mr. Thurkel's own special private rocket like a bullet to be fired on out into space beyond Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto. And thus, who could deny it, you would be getting nearer and nearer to the Lord. How wonderful! Couldn't you just feel him drawing near? Couldn't you just sense his breath, his scrutiny, his presence? Here I am, said Mrs. Bellows, an ancient, rickety elevator ready to go up the shaft. God need only press the button. Now, on the 7th day, as she minced up the steps of the Restorium, a number of small doubts assailed her. For one thing, she said aloud to no one, it isn't quite the land of milk and honey here on Mars that they said it would be. My room is like a cell. The swimming pool is really quite inadequate. And, besides, how many widows who look like mushrooms or skeletons want to swim? And finally, the whole Restorium smells of boiled cabbage and tennis shoes. She opened the front door and let it slam, somewhat irritably. She was amazed at the other women in the auditorium. It was like wandering in a carnival mirror maze, coming again and again upon yourself. The same flowery face, the same chicken hands and jingling bracelets. One after another of the images of herself floated before her. She put out her hand, but it wasn't a mirror. It was another lady, shaking her fingers and saying, "We're waiting for Mr. Thurkell. Shh!" "Ah!" whispered everyone. The velvet curtains parted. Mr. Thurkell appeared, fantastically serene, his Egyptian eyes upon everyone. But there was something, nevertheless, in his appearance which made one expect him to call "Hi!" while fuzzy dogs jumped over his legs, through his hooped arms, and over his back. Then, dogs and all, he should dance with a dazzling piano-keyboard smile off into the wings. Mrs. Bellows, with a secret part of her mind which she constantly had to grip tightly, expected to hear a cheap Chinese gong sound when Mr. Thurkell entered. His large, liquid, dark eyes were so improbable that one of the old ladies had facetiously claimed she saw a mosquito cloud hovering over them, as they did around summer rain barrels. And Mrs. Bellows sometimes caught the scent of the theatrical mothball and the smell of calliope steam on his sharply pressed suit. But with the same savage rationalization that had greeted all other disappointments in her rickety life, she bit at the suspicion and whispered, "This time it's real. This time it'll work. Haven't we got a rocket?" Mr. Thurkell bowed. He smiled a sudden comedy mask smile. The old ladies looked in at his epiglottis and sensed chaos there. Before he even began to speak, Mrs. Bellows saw him picking up each of his words, oiling it, making sure it ran smooth on its rails. Her heart squeezed in like a tiny fist, and she gritted her porcelain teeth. "Friends," said Mr. Thurkell, and you could hear the frost snap in the hearts of the entire assemblage. "No," said Mrs. Bellows ahead of time. She could hear the bad news rushing at her, and herself tied to the track, while the immense black wheels threatened and the whistle screamed, helpless. "There will be a slight delay," said Mr. Thurkell. In the next instant Mr. Thurkell might have cried, or been tempted to cry, "Ladies, be seated," in minstrel fashion, for the ladies had come up at him from their chairs, protesting and trembling. "Not a very long delay." Mr. Thurkell put up his hands to pat the air. "How long?" "Only a week." "A week?" "Yes, you can stay here at the Restorium for 7 more days, can't you? A little delay won't matter, will it? In the end, you've waited a lifetime, only a few more days." "At $20 a day," thought Mrs. Bellows coldly. "What's the trouble?" a woman cried. "A legal difficulty," said Mr. Thurkell. "We've a rocket, haven't we?" "Well, yes." "But I've been here a whole month waiting," said one old lady. "Delays, delays." That's right, said everyone. Ladies, ladies, murmured Mr. Thurkel, smiling serenely. We want to see the rocket. It was Mrs. Bellows, forging ahead, alone, brandishing her fist like a toy hammer. Mr. Thurkel looked into the old lady's eyes, a missionary among albino cannibals. Well, now, he said. Yes, now, cried Mrs. Bellows. I'm afraid, he began. So am I, she said. That's why we want to see the ship. No, no, now, Mrs. He snapped his fingers for her name. Bellows, she cried. She was a small container, but now all the seething pressures that had been built up over long years came steaming through the delicate vents of her body. Her cheeks became incandescent. With a wail that was like a melancholy factory whistle, Mrs. Bellows ran forward and hung to him, almost by her teeth, like a summer-maddened Spitz. She would not and never could let go until he died, and the other women followed, jumping and yapping like a pound let loose on its trainer, the same one who had petted them and to whom they had squirmed and whined joyfully an hour before, now milling about him, creasing his sleeves and frightening the Egyptian serenity from his gaze. This way, cried Mrs. Bellows, feeling like Madame Lafarge. Through the back. We've waited long enough to see the ship. Every day he's put us off. Every day we've waited. Now let's see. No, no, ladies, cried Mr. Thurkel, leaping about. They burst through the back of the stage and out a door, like a flood, bearing the poor man with them into a shed, and then out, quite suddenly, into an abandoned gymnasium. There it is, said someone, the rocket. And then a silence fell that was terrible to entertain. There was the rocket. Mrs. Bellows looked at it, and her hand sagged away from Mr. Thurkel's collar. The rocket was something like a battered copper pot. There were 1,000 bulges and rents and rusty pipes and dirty vents on and in it. The ports were clouded over with dust, resembling the eyes of a blind hog. Everyone wailed a little silent wail. Is that the rocket ship? Glory be to the highest? Cried Mrs. Bellows, appalled. Mr. Thurkel nodded and looked at his feet. For which we paid out our $1,000 apiece and came all the way to Mars to get on board with you and go off to find him? Asked Mrs. Bellows. Why, that isn't worth a sack of dried peas, said Mrs. Bellows. It's nothing but junk. Junk, whispered everyone, getting hysterical. Don't let him get away. Mr. Thurkel tried to break and run, but 1,000 possum traps closed on him from every side. He withered. Everybody walked around in circles like blind mice. There was a confusion and a weeping that lasted for 5 minutes as they went over and touched the rocket, the dented kettle, the rusty container for God's children. Well, said Mrs. Bellows. She stepped up into the askew doorway of the rocket and faced everyone. It looks as if a terrible thing has been done to us, she said. I haven't any money to go back home to Earth, and I've too much pride to go to the government and tell them a common man like this has fooled us out of our life savings. I don't know how you feel about it, all of you, but the reason all of us came is because I'm 85, and you're 89, and you're 78, and all of us are nudging on toward 100. And there's nothing on Earth for us, and it doesn't appear there's anything on Mars either. We all expected not to breathe much more air, or crochet many more doilies, or we'd never have come here. So what I have to propose is a simple thing, to take a chance. She reached out and touched the rusted hulk of the rocket. This is our rocket. We paid for our trip, and we're going to take our trip. Everyone rustled and stood on tiptoes and opened an astonished mouth. Mr. Thurkel began to cry. He did it quite easily and very effectively. We're going to get in this ship, said Mrs. Bellows. ignoring him, and we're going to take off to where we were going. Mr. Thurkel stopped crying long enough to say, "But it was all a fake. I don't know anything about space. He's not out there. Anyway, I lied. I don't know where he is, and I couldn't find him if I wanted to, and you were fools to ever take my word on it." "Yes," said Mrs. Bellows, "we were fools. I'll go along on that, but you can't blame us, for we're old, and it was a lovely, good, and fine idea, one of the loveliest ideas in the world. Oh, we didn't really fool ourselves that we could get nearer to him physically. It was the gentle, mad dream of old people, the kind of thing you hold on to for a few minutes a day, even though you know it's not true. So, all of you who want to go, you follow me in the ship." "But you can't go," said Mr. Thurkel. "You haven't got a navigator, and that ship's a ruin." "You," said Mrs. Bellows, "will be the navigator." She stepped into the ship, and after a moment the other old ladies pressed forward. Mr. Thurkel, windmilling his arms frantically, was nevertheless pressed through the port, and in a minute the door slammed shut. Mr. Thurkel was strapped into the navigator's seat, with everyone talking at once and holding him down. The special helmets were issued to be fitted over every gray or white head to supply extra oxygen in case of a leakage in the ship's hull, and at long last the hour had come, and Mrs. Bellows stood behind Mr. Thurkel and said, "We're ready, sir." He said nothing. He pleaded with them silently, using his great dark wet eyes, but Mrs. Bellows shook her head and pointed to the control. "Take off," agreed Mr. Thurkel morosely, and pulled a switch. Everybody fell. The rocket went up from the planet Mars in a great fiery glide, with the noise of an entire kitchen thrown down an elevator shaft, with the sound of pots and pans and kettles and fires boiling, and stews bubbling, with a smell of burned incense and rubber and sulphur, with the color of yellow fire, and a ribbon of red stretching below them, and all the old women singing and holding to each other, and Mrs. Bellows crawling upright in the sighing, straining, trembling ship. "Head for space, Mr. Thurkel." "It can't last," said Mr. Thurkel sadly. "The ship can't last. It will—" It did. The rocket exploded. Mrs. Bellows felt herself lifted and thrown about dizzily, like a doll. She heard the great screamings and saw the flashes of bodies sailing by her in fragments of metal and powdery light. "Help! Help!" cried Mr. Thurkel, far away on a small radio beam. The ship disintegrated into a million parts, and the old ladies, all 100 of them, were flung straight on ahead with the same velocity as the ship. As for Mr. Thurkel, for some reason of trajectory, perhaps, he had been blown out the other side of the ship. Mrs. Bellows saw him falling separate, and away from them, screaming, screaming. "There goes Mr. Thurkel," thought Mrs. Bellows, and she knew where he was going. He was going to be burned and roasted and broiled good, but very good. Mr. Thurkel was falling down into the sun. "And here we are," thought Mrs. Bellows. "Here we are, going on out, and out, and out." There was hardly a sense of motion at all, but she knew that she was traveling at 50,000 miles an hour, and would continue to travel at that speed for an eternity, until— She saw the other women swinging all about her in their own trajectories, a few minutes of oxygen left to each of them in their helmets, and each was looking up to where they were going. Of course, thought Mrs. Bellows, out into space, out, and the darkness like a great church, and the stars like candles, and in spite of everything, Mr. Thurkel, the rocket, and the dishonesty, we are going toward the Lord. And there, yes, there, as she fell on and on, coming toward her, she could almost discern The outline now, coming toward her, was his mighty golden hand, reaching down to hold her and comfort her like a frightened sparrow. "I'm Mrs. Amelia Bellows," she said quietly, in her best company voice. "I'm from the planet Earth." End of A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury.
A Mixture of Genius by Arnold Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. A Mixture of Genius. The sleek transcontinental airliner settled onto one of the maze of runways that was Stevenson Airport. With its turbojets fading into a dense roar, it taxied across the field toward the central building. Inside the plane, a red light went off. Senator Vance Duran unhooked the seatbelt, reached for his briefcase, and stepped into the crowded aisle. The other passengers were all strangers, which had meant that for nearly an hour he had been able to give his full attention to the several hundred pages of proposed legislation and reports presented to the Committee on Extraterrestrial Development, of which he was chairman. But now there would be reporters, local political pleaders, the dinner at the governor's, and the inevitable unexpected interruptions which were a part of every trip home. As he strode through the door and onto the mobile escalator, he donned his smile of tempered confidence in the economic future of the nation. A television camera went into action at once, and newsmen formed a small circle at the bottom of the ramp. "That was a great little debate you put on with Ben Wickham last week," one of the reporters said. "You really tied him up." "You can thank Senator Wickham for arousing me," Duran answered, observing to himself that perhaps all of his efforts on the Hill did not go unnoticed in his home state, if most of them seemed to. "What do you think, Senator, of the FCC's modified ruling on the Integrated Lunar Relay Station plan?" another asked. "I haven't had time to get fully acquainted with it," the senator evaded, stepping onto the ground and out of the way of the ramp. "Say, Senator, what about the Mars Colony Project?" a third put in. "How come it's bogged down?" "No comment at present," the senator said. But he gave them an ambiguous little grimace, which was meant to suggest a minor but sticky snarl behind the scenes. He hoped it would satisfy them for the moment. Making his escape as quickly as possible, he climbed onto the shuttle car already loaded down with the other passengers. Finding an empty seat, he folded himself into it and was immediately joined by someone else. "Well, Senator, how does it feel to be home?" his companion asked with sympathetic irony. Duran turned, grinned, and reached for the man's hand. "Great, Wayne," he answered, recognizing an old friend who had been of no small aid during his earlier years in politics. "Say, I'd ask you over for dinner if I weren't going to the governor's tonight. Molly would love to see you. Unfortunately, I'm leaving for Washington again in the morning." "Why doesn't Molly move to D.C. with you, Vance?" the journalist asked. Duran hesitated. "Maybe in a year or so, after the boys are out of high school, if I get the job again." The smile on the younger man's face was heartening. "Don't play coy with me, Vance. You know you've got this state sewed up." Then came the slight frown of doubt. "Just one thing, though. A lot of people are wondering why the holdup on the colony project. You're bound to get a little of the criticism. What the hell's wrong, anyway?" "Can't you guess?" "Yeah, I can guess. There's only one possibility, since the government scientists assure us they've ironed out all the technical wrinkles. But it's pretty hard to believe that out of the thousands of people who volunteer every week, not even a couple of hundred are acceptable." Duran considered his answer carefully before voicing it. "Ever ask yourself who volunteers, Wayne?" The journalist looked at him oddly, then nodded. The senator took an elevator directly to the helicopter landing on the roof of the building. It was several minutes before he had located the little runabout he had bought for his wife the previous Christmas. Jack Woodvale, their caretaker, gardener, and chauffeur, was just retrieving his suitcase from the baggage lift as the senator arrived. Waiting until Woodvale had secured the suitcase in the luggage compartment and climbed into the pilot's seat, Durand squeezed himself into the cabin. A minute or two later, the little craft was rising from the port, directed automatically into the appropriate channel and guided off toward the city. "How've things been going, Jack?" the senator asked. He felt good. Wayne's friendship and assurances had provided a needed boost. "Everything okay?" "I'd say so, sir," Woodvale told him. "Had a little trouble with the solar screen. The store sent a man out to fix it. It's all right now." The new power unit had been another of Molly's ideas, Durand recalled. The old crystal sulfide screen had been perfectly reliable, but Molly had thought it looked ugly up there on the roof. Molly's main faults, he decided, derived from her concern with the neighbors' opinions. "Oh, there was something else came up while I was on my way out to get you," Woodvale continued abruptly. "The state's attorney general called, said it was important you contact him immediately." Durand sensed anger surging up as he remembered the times when, as district attorney, Sig Loeffler had openly snubbed him. That, of course, had been back in the days when Durand had been a junior partner in one of the city's smaller law firms. He had not forgiven Loeffler, nor had Loeffler given him any reason to do so. Only the governor's backslapping mediation had allowed them to reach a politically stable relationship. The relationship did not involve Durand's compliance with the man's whims, however. "Get him on the phone, Jack," Durand said at last. "But just make one call. If he's not at his office, forget it." In less than a minute, Woodvale was turning around to say, "He's in, sir. You want to talk to him?" Durand grunted and lifted the phone from the clamp beside his seat. "Senator Durand speaking," he said. "Vance, this is Loeffler," boomed a voice in considerable contrast to the senator's own mild tone. "Something pretty fantastic has happened. We're trying to keep it quiet, at least until we decide on what action to take. But if you can make it over here sometime this evening, I'll tell you the story. You're going to be in on it eventually, and I thought you'd prefer getting in on it early." Durand had intended quite bluntly to explain that he had more important business. But there was something compelling about the man's apparently ingenuous urgency that caused the senator to change his mind. "Okay, Loeffler, I'll be right over." He broke the contact and told Woodvale to dial his home number. "Ernie, this is Dad," he said at the sound of his younger son's voice. "Tell Mother I'm going to stop off at the Attorney General's office. That's right, but that I'll be home in plenty of time to get ready for the dinner. Got that? That's right. How's school? Something wrong? Okay, son, I'll see you later." Ernie had said that everything was all right, but with an uneasiness in the way he spoke. Grades, maybe, Durand thought. The boy had been doing pretty well, almost as well as Roger, but was showing the inevitable adolescent ramifications of interest. Durand found himself musing briefly upon his own youthful extracurricular forays up the tree of knowledge and sighed. "Go to the Capitol building, Jack," he said. "Which port should I use, sir?" the younger man asked. "The official one," Durand told him. This was Loeffler's idea. The senator was surprised to find one of the Attorney General's harried-looking secretaries working late. She glanced up from her typewriter and gave him an equivocal smile of recognition. "He's expecting you, Mr. Senator," she said, nodding toward the inner office. "Go right in." Sigmund Loeffler was not alone, but the two other visitors were paled by the aura of importance which emanated from the large black-haired man behind the desk. He rose grandly at Durand's entrance, and without bothering to shake hands, proceeded with introductions. "Fritz Ambly, Senator Vance Durand. Fritz," he explained, "is chairman of the State Youth Welfare Board." Durand took the thin hand which the other extended to him and noted the concern on the man's slim, freckled face. His features were appropriately almost those of a child, but of a worried child. "And Bob Duff, Senator Durand," Loeffler went on. "Bob is head of our civil defense now." The second man was, in contrast, short and homely, but not without a touch of the other's anxiety. "Well, gentlemen, you're welcome to stay if you wish. the Attorney General told them. "I'll have to repeat all the facts to Senator Duran, of course." "I'd better be off," Ambley said. "Perhaps I'll see you at the governor's tonight?" "Not me, I'm afraid," Loeffler told him. "The DA and I have a little problem to work out together. I'll call you both tomorrow about the press release." "We can't wait too long," said Duff. "Rumors can be a lot worse than the truth, especially about something like this. In fact, I don't see the point in waiting at all." "Tomorrow, Bob, tomorrow," Loeffler promised. "Noon at the latest." His heavy smile faded as the two visitors closed the door behind them. With an unthrottled groan, he lowered himself into the chair and turned his dark gaze upon the senator. "They think they have troubles," he said. "And you think I have," Duran returned, seating himself. "I know you do. Unfortunately, I happen to share them to some extent." He paused to relight the stub of a cigar, then went on. "It's a crazy world we live in, Vance. Things change. Sometimes it's hard for us adults to keep up with it. The kids seem to, though." Duran tried to appear suavely bored with the other's musings, but in spite of himself, he could sense his gaze becoming intently expectant. Whatever connection there might be between himself, Ambley, and Duff completely eluded him, and that elusive connection had aroused his curiosity. "Yeah, they keep up with things all right," Loeffler went on. "And sometimes they get some pretty big ideas." He halted, puffed thoughtfully, then barked, "Remember Mel Skinner's lodge out on that island in Wakatoga Lake? Big Spanish-style place. Built it for that wife of his he brought back from Chile or somewhere." "Yes, I remember it. Molly and I spent a weekend there a couple of years ago. Why?" the senator asked, realizing more than ever how much he disliked Sigmund Loeffler. "What are you getting at?" "Well, the next time you go, you'd better take along some sleeping bags," said Loeffler, "because the house isn't there anymore." "Okay," Duran said, strangely anxious. "Let's forget the riddles and get down to business. What happened to Mel Skinner's hacienda?" The Attorney General stared at his guest for a moment before remarking harshly, "It got blown up." "A bomb, you mean?" Duran asked. "Oh, no. Nothing so crude as that. This was a guided missile, with a warhead." The senator was thinking fast now, but still the pattern eluded him. "Not an act of war, surely," he remarked. "More like an act of revolution," Loeffler told him, "because the agents behind it were kids. Kids from our state, our city. Kids from decent homes, educated families. Bright kids, happy kids, kids with every opportunity. Kids who ought to know better." "Hold it, Loeffler," Durand interrupted, rising from the chair to place both hands on the edge of the desk. "Just one question. Was anyone killed or injured?" The other man hesitated melodramatically, then looked down at his cigar. "No, there was no one on the island. The place had been closed down for the winter. That's the only pleasant thing about it." Durand found it such unexpectedly good news that he was actually able to smile when he dropped back into the chair. "In other words, Loeffler, it was a prank." But the Attorney General seemed not to see it in precisely that light. "A prank, yes," he exploded. $100,000 prank. My God, Vance, don't you see what those boys did? They demonstrated the grossest lack of respect for private property. And what if they'd miscalculated? That rocket was fired from a distance of some 50 or 60 miles. It could have killed any number of people along its course had it fallen short. "Well, I'll admit it's not the sort of thing I'd like to see encouraged," said Duran. "Now, give me the details. Who were they? Where did they get the rocket? What was the point of it, anyway?" Sigmund Loeffler opened a folder which lay on his desk and started sifting through its contents. He pulled out several memoranda and a list of names, closing the folder again. "There was a gang of 8, all in the 11th or 12th grades at Eisenhower High. 5 of them were members of the school rocket club. 3 of them had juvenile delinquency records. Minor stuff mostly, like copter stunting and public disturbance. The youngest had won a couple of science awards for demonstrations in, he glanced significantly at the senator, the chemistry of explosives. Durand said nothing, but his sense of concern was growing. Let's see, Loeffler went on. 2 of the boys were taking vocational courses. One had his own machine shop, in fact. Then there was the electronics expert, Caesar Grasso's son. Know him? The senator nodded. He runs the high school TV station. Knows a lot about radio, I understand. Oh, yes, there was also the lad who drew up the plans for the gadget. Pretty sharp at engineering design, they say. Durand peered numbly across the desk at the grim-faced official. This was what he had been fearing all along, but despite his apprehension, he was not entirely ready for it. That, I suppose, he said quietly, was my son, Roger. Loeffler nodded slowly. That was your boy, Vance. Sorry I had to be the one to break it to you. But where is he? Durand asked. And does Molly know about it? She knows he's been detained, but not how serious the charges are. Just how serious are the charges? I don't know yet, said Loeffler. That's not really my province, of course, said Loeffler. But the problem is complicated by the fact that Lake Wakataoga is state property, with the island merely leased to Skinner. Durand fumbled through his pockets for his cigarettes. He found them and lit one. When did this happen? He asked, aware that the painfully tangled knot in his stomach was beginning to untie itself. This afternoon, around 1:30. A couple of guys fishing on the lake saw the explosion and called the local civil defense headquarters. They claimed they heard the rocket fall. Damn near had a war scare till the pieces were found. They were easy enough to trace, and the kids gave themselves away by all 8 of them being AWOL from their 1 o'clock classes, especially since 5 of them were absent from a physics class. That was the one class they never cut. I don't see how they managed to go all the way through with it without someone finding out, Durand said bewilderedly. I know, agreed Loeffler, nodding. That's the way we all felt. But they admit doing it. Hell, they're proud of it. And we found the shed where the thing was assembled. I don't suppose they offered any motive, Durand said. Oh, sure. They claim they've been planning it ever since Skinner wouldn't let them land copters on the island. Pretty weak, huh? The senator made no response. Well, Vance, I guess you'll want to talk to the boy, Loeffler concluded. I had him brought up here. Figured it would be best all around that way. I knew you had to get back to Washington tomorrow, and probably wouldn't have time to see him then. Shall I have him come in? When Durand hesitated, he added, Oh, I've got to duck out for a few minutes. Get some supper. Got a long evening ahead of me. Okay, Loeffler, send him in. And, this was the hardest part, and I appreciate this. No trouble, Vance, the man said, rising and stepping around the desk. No more than we've got already. He removed his suit coat from a hanger and left the office with it under his arm. A moment later, the door opened again, and the senator saw the shaggy head of his older son peer into the room. The boy was the one who finally broke the silence which followed. Hi, Dad, he said, sauntering casually into the office. Guess you're pretty sore at me. Can't blame you. Durand remained seated, indicating a chair against one wall. He waited till his son had sat down. I'm a little dumbfounded, Raj, that's all. I suppose you had a good reason for it. Sure. Old Skinflint Skinner wouldn't let us— Roger, the senator growled threateningly. He was not going to allow the interview to start off with a half-truth. Yeah, but that's state land, the boy persisted. He hadn't any right. Roger, I said a good reason. Okay, Dad, he sighed. No, we didn't have that kind of a reason. What it amounted to, Durand said, was that you wanted to do something spectacular, like building a rocket and firing it at something. Only to be fun, it had to be illegal, if not immoral. And Melvin Skinner's place seemed like the least objectionable target. Isn't that about it? Yeah, I guess so. Only we had just about finished the rocket before we started wondering about a target. And that was the trouble. Once we built it, we had to do something with it. How do you think that's going to sound in court? I don't know, Dad. You're the lawyer. Duran cringed, but tried not to show it. Roger, he said slowly, flippancy is the easiest defense and the least effective. I hope you won't feel you have to resort to it too often. The boy said nothing. Well, tell me about it, his father suggested, sensing his son's isolation. About what? The rocket. Wouldn't a jet have been easier to make? A rocket was cheaper. The source of the money required for the project was something Duran had overlooked. However, it was, he realized, one best postponed for the present. The important thing now was to regain his son's confidence. Did you design it? Yeah. Well, I drew it up. Nothing very original about it, but it was a good little machine. Duran noticed the boy's restless squirming, saw him perfunctorily place a hand to the baggy pocket of his jacket and quickly withdraw it, then arrived at a decision. Reaching into his own coat, Duran took out the pack of cigarettes, extending it to his son. Care for a cigarette? He asked. The youth looked at him doubtfully for an instant. Then he smiled his first smile that evening. Thanks, Dad, he responded, taking one and lighting it self-consciously. He added, You've been out of town so much, I didn't think you knew I'd started. I know, Raj, the man said, aware of a rising flood of self-condemnation. Go on, son, about the rocket. What kind of fuel did you use? Oh, nothing special. It had a liquid bipropellant motor. We used ethanol and liquid oxygen. Pretty old-fashioned, but we didn't know how to get hold of the fancier stuff and didn't have any way of synthesizing it. Then, at the last minute, we found that one of the valves feeding into the nozzle was clogged up. That's why we were late to class. Couldn't that have been dangerous? Duran asked, and realized at once that he had said the wrong thing. The boy merely shrugged. Well, it must have been a pretty good machine if it flew 60 miles and hit its target, Duran went on. Oh, we had it radio-controlled with a midget TV transmitter mounted in it. Grasso took care of that. He did a terrific job. Of course, it was pretty expensive. He glanced at his father tentatively for a moment, then bent his gaze to the cigarette. I don't have my car anymore, but I guess I won't be needing it now. There was a cautious knock on the door. Listen, Raj, Duran began. I'll try to get to see you tomorrow before I leave. Remember that your mother and I both are on your side, without qualification. You've done a pretty terrible thing, of course, but I have to admit, at the same time, that I'm really rather proud of you. Does that make sense? Sure, said Roger huskily. I guess so. The flight home was a quiet one. Duran found himself with many thoughts to think, not the least of which was what his wife's reaction would be. The difficulty lay in the fact that their married life had been too easy, too free of tragedy, to enable him to foresee her response. But life would not be quite the same now, even if Roger escaped the more concrete forms of punishment. And perhaps it would be the most difficult for Ernest, who would forever be expected to either live up to or down to his older brother's reputation, when all poor Ernest seemed to want these days was to play the saxophone. And then there was his own political future to consider. This would certainly not help it, but perhaps the affair would be forgotten in the next 3 years. After all, it might have been far worse. It might have happened in a campaign year. This way, he still had a fighting chance. 3 sessions with a good record might overbalance the loss in public confidence this would incur. And then he thought of the Mars colony mess and winced. Telling his wife about the matter was not nearly so difficult as the senator had feared. She had been ready for news of a crime of passion, or at least of armed robbery. What her husband had to relate stunned her at first, but once she had ridden out the shock, she recovered quickly. You don't have to go tonight, Molly, Duran told her. You think it might look better if I didn't? She asked gently. That wasn't what I was getting at, he said. He thought it over for a moment, then added, "No, I don't. In fact, I think it would look better if we both went to the governor's. Roger is not a juvenile delinquent. That, I believe, is understood. If we must accept some of the responsibility for what he did today, let's do so gracefully. Were you to stay home tonight, it might appear to some that you had reason to be ashamed of the business, which you don't. It might also look as if I were afraid that Ernest might do something similar, as if I felt I had to watch him," she said. "Oh, people can be so ridiculous. Why wasn't Millie Gordon's boy in on it?" Durand smiled at the idea of the governor's tubby, obtuse son involved in the construction of anything more demanding than a paper glider. The governor's mansion, a century-old edifice typifying the moribund tendency to confuse dignity with discomfort, was teeming with professional and political personages when the Durands arrived. The dinner went off routinely, with no overt references made to the missile matter. However, the senator noticed that no one inquired into the health and happiness of his two sons, so that he presumed word had got around. It was not until after dinner, when he had seated himself alone in a corner of the luxurious old living room, a B&B in one hand and a cigar in the other, that his host approached him. "Evening, Vance. Sure glad you could make it," exclaimed the familiarly jovial voice of Governor Will Gordon. Durand set down his drink and took the governor's plump hand, shaking it vigorously. Then the senator observed the intense, youngish face of Fritz Ambly, who had followed the governor. "Guess you know Fritz," Gordon went on, seating himself next to Durand. "Says he met you at Sig's office this afternoon." "That's right," Durand said. "Good to see you again, Ambly." The Youth Welfare Board chairman nodded affably and took the remaining chair. His look of concern had mellowed somewhat with the evening, but the pale, close eyes remained set in an expression of aggressive earnestness. "How's Roger?" Gordon asked after a moment's silence. "As normal as ever," said Durand, unprepared for the question. Then, slyly, he added, "Thanks for talking Loeffler into letting me see him." "Well, Sig agreed it was the only thing to do, after I told him you'd be leaving for Washington again tomorrow," the governor said. Durand grinned wryly. It had been a guess, but a good one, and Loeffler's having passed the interview off as a personal favor put their relationship back in its proper perspective. "Well, what's to be done about the boys? They're all under 18, I suppose." "That's right," Gordon said. "It's entirely a matter for the juvenile authority. At least we're going to try to keep it there. But there's more to it than that, which is why Fritz is here. He has something on his mind which he thinks is pretty important. I do, too." "You see, Senator," said Ambly, coming in promptly on his cue, "it's this way. If the case were an isolated one, it would be easy enough for us to deal with. But it's part of a pattern which few people have yet noticed. Let me cite several other similar incidents. Perhaps you read about the group of 50 teenaged copter jockeys who decided to hold a transcontinental scavenger hunt. Ignoring all air traffic regulations, they managed to run up the magnificent total of 17 collisions and 32 casualties. "Hear about that one, Vance?" the governor asked, his earlier festiveness gone. "Yes, I think I saw something about it," Durand said. "It was pretty unfortunate, but—" And then there was the case of the promising young New England biologist who was discovered to have evolved a particularly deadly strain of bacteria, which he had been toting around with him in an aspirin bottle. Ambly went on, his thin hands clasped tightly in front of him. "Of course, at the age of 16, one perhaps can't be expected to foresee all of the possible consequences. So let us consider the two 17-year-olds who caused something of a sensation in Florida when they used the Bransky-Baker method of genetic exchange to breed a quite fabulous species of winged alligator. Several of the so-called alibats escaped into the Everglades, but it is doubted that they will be able to reproduce themselves. At least, there is some doubt." The senator reached for his drink and sipped it thoughtfully. He was beginning to see Roger's gang's misadventure in a new light. But it was an unfamiliar light, one that would take him a while to become accustomed to. "Perhaps the most startling case of all," Ambly went on, concerns the Nuclear Fission Society of Urania, Nevada. It is not a well-publicized fact that this quasi-academic group of adolescent physicists was exposed in the act of assembling an elementary but workable atomic bomb. Many of the elders in this fast-growing little community are engaged, as you no doubt know, in atomic development of one sort or another. It seemed that this interest had trickled down to their offspring, who showed an impressive amount of ingenuity in getting the necessary materials. Fortunately, one youngster asked his father entirely too many questions concerning the actual fabrication of fission weapons. The man investigated and— "Now, wait a minute," Duran interrupted, wondering momentarily if the whole tale might not have been a hoax. "How much of this am I really expected to believe?" "It's all fact, Vance," Governor Gordon responded calmly. "Fritz has a couple of scrapbooks I'd like you to look at sometime. Each case is pretty well authenticated. But the important thing is the pattern. It's really sort of frightening in a way." "Many similar incidents have no doubt occurred of which I have no record," said Ambly. "I'd estimate that 90% of such cases are suppressed, either in the interest of national security or because the children's parents are sufficiently influential to have the story squelched." "Just as we'd have sat on this one," added Gordon, "if the dang thing hadn't actually been shot off." Duran smiled inwardly at the picture evoked by the governor's metaphor. However, he had to admit that the press would in all probability not have learned about the rocket at all had it been discovered prior to being launched. "Still," he remarked, "it's odd that the papers haven't shown more of an interest in it." "I wrote an article on the subject some time ago," Ambly told him, "but was never able to get it published. It seems that people, for the most part, are more interested in the traditional, sordid, sensational type of juvenile delinquency. Whereas this is something different, something unique. It isn't the result of poverty or broken homes, ignorance or twisted personalities. This is a mixture of genius, knowledge, restlessness, and something else I don't think we understand." "What do you suggest be done about it?" Duran asked. "Well, the first step," said Ambly, "is to get Congress to recognize the problem for what it is, and even that won't be easy." "That's where you're supposed to come in," the governor said, grinning a little guiltily. "Fritz has been trying to get me to talk to you about it for some months. I've got to admit, though, that the business this afternoon involving your son was what finally convinced me you might be sold." "I'm sold, Will," Duran told him. "But what's the solution? We can't supervise the activities of every kid in the country with an IQ above 110. Anyway, they're too limited as it is. That, it seems to me, is part of the trouble. And we can't hold their parents accountable. Responsibility has to be an individual matter. So what's the solution?" Governor Gordon raised a quizzical eyebrow at Fritz Ambly, who, in turn, merely shrugged. The senator glanced at each of them, then down at his drink. "So, there isn't one," he said. "Whatever it is," said Ambly, "it won't be simple or painless. There's only one such solution, and that's the time-honored technique of letting them grow into maturity. And even that is far from painless and simple to those doing the growing, nor is it always the solution." "Yet you're convinced this," the senator paused briefly, "phenomenon constitutes a danger to the nation." Ambly merely smiled, but very, very grimly. "Well, think it over, Vance," the governor said, getting to his feet. "Say, there are a couple of hydroponics men here somewhere who are pretty interested in meeting you. You've heard of Van Neef Industries. He's one of them." So much for the welfare of the nation, Duran thought with a taste of bitterness. Now back to politics. But he finished off his drink and put out his cigar and rose to follow the governor. Politics, after all, was the reason he had come. It was 2 a.m. before Senator Vance Duran wearily dropped into bed. But he found no rest in sleep that night, for in his dreams he seemed to see a youngster walking, now through a forest, now through a city, now through an autumn countryside. And in the boy's hand was a tightly capped bottle. And the expression on his face was an enigma. Early the next morning, Jack Woodvale parked the helicopter in a lot back of the City Youth Detention Home. 5 minutes later, the senator was again talking to his older son. "I have to get back to Washington this morning, Roger," he said. "I've scheduled a committee meeting for 10:30. I suppose I could call it off, but we've got to do something about the Mars Colony project before public apathy forces us to drop the whole thing. You understand, don't you?" "Sure," the boy said with apparent indifference. "Maybe you should have me volunteer. You'd have solved 2 problems at the same time." "Now, Roger," Duran began, but he stopped, suddenly alert. "Son, you weren't ever serious about that, were you? I mean, all that talk I used to hear about your wanting to go to one of the planets?" I don't know, Dad." "Please, Roger, you've got to be honest with me. I want to know exactly how you feel about it. I know you've tried before, and I refuse to take you seriously. I realize that. But now tell me the truth." And the curious thing was, he realized, that he wanted to hear from his son what he feared most to hear. "Well, sure I wanted to go," his son said. "I kept telling you, didn't I? Of course, I wouldn't want to go unless some of the gang were going too." "You really think that you'd be willing to leave Earth, your home, your family?" Duran hesitated angrily, knowing it was the wrong approach. He waited a moment, then began again. "I'm not condemning you for it, Roger. I just find it hard to believe, and I have to be sure you know what you'd be sacrificing." "I think I do, Dad," Roger said. "But you've got to make a break sometime. I guess there'd be some girls going along, wouldn't there?" Duran grinned numbly. "I guess there would, son," he said. The senator watched the land of his home state sink rapidly into the morning haze as the jetliner soared upward. It was a sight he had seen often, but never with the sense of challenge he experienced now. For every moment brought him closer to what beyond all doubt would be the toughest fight of his political career. But he felt that he had logic on his side, though sentiment would very probably be against him. He sat back, lit a cigarette, and considered the irony of the situation. When legislation had been passed authorizing the Department of Extraterrestrial Development to start the colony project, a list of criteria had been drawn up for the would-be settler. It had meticulously specified the requirements of health, intelligence, and adaptability. And most rigidly adhered to of all had been the provision that the applicant be over the age of 25. For above all, it was assumed, a colonist must be mature. And in that assumption, Duran concluded, he had hidden the fallacy which had made a fiasco of the project. For was not maturity largely a matter of finding an acceptable place for oneself in the scheme of things? Was not maturity essentially a realistic but wholly irrevocable resignation? If so, it had been inevitable that those who came to volunteer would, for the most part, be the misfits and the malcontents, men who hoped to escape the imagined or to find the imaginary. The mature, the resigned, had assuredly inherited the earth. Only the young could seek the stars. The end of A Mixture of Genius by Arnold Castle. A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. Pa had sent me out to get an extra pail of air. I just about scooped it full, and most of the warmth had leaked from my fingers when I saw the thing. You know, at first, I thought it was a young lady. Yes, a beautiful young lady's face, all glowing in the dark, and looking at me from the 5th floor of the opposite apartment, which hereabouts is the floor just above the white blanket of frozen air. I'd never seen a live young lady before, except in the old magazines. Sis is just a kid, and Ma is pretty sick and miserable, and it gave me such a start that I dropped the pail. Who wouldn't, knowing everyone on Earth was dead except Pa and Ma and Sis and you. Even at that, I don't suppose I should have been surprised. We all see things now and then. Ma has some pretty bad ones, to judge from the way she bugs her eyes at nothing and just screams and huddles back against the blankets hanging around the nest. Pa says it is natural we should react like that sometimes. When I'd recovered the pail and could look again at the opposite apartment, I got an idea of what Ma might be feeling at those times, for I saw it wasn't a young lady at all, but simply a light. A tiny light that moved stealthily from window to window, just as if one of the cruel little stars had come down out of the airless sky to investigate why the earth had gone away from the sun, and maybe to hunt down something to torment or terrify, now that the earth didn't have the sun's protection. I tell you, the thought of it gave me the creeps. I just stood there shaking and almost froze my feet, and did frost my helmet so solid on the inside that I couldn't have seen the light even if it had come out of one of the windows to get me. Then I had the wit to go back inside. Pretty soon I was feeling my familiar way through the 30 or so blankets and rugs Pa has got hung around to slow down the escape of air from the nest, and I wasn't quite so scared. I began to hear the tick-ticking of the clocks in the nest, and I knew I was getting back into air, because there's no sound outside in the vacuum, of course. But my mind was still crawly and uneasy as I pushed through the last blankets. Pa's got them faced with aluminum foil to hold in the heat, and came into the nest. Let me tell you about the nest. It's low and snug, just room for the 4 of us and our things. The floor is covered with thick, woolly rugs. 3 of the sides are blankets, and the blankets roofing it touch Pa's head. He tells me it's inside a much bigger room, but I've never seen the real walls or ceiling. Against one of the blanket walls is a big set of shelves, with tools and books and other stuff, and on top of it a whole row of clocks. Pa's very fussy about keeping them wound. He says we must never forget time, and without a sun or moon, that would be easy to do. The 4th wall has blankets all over except around the fireplace, in which there is a fire that must never go out. It keeps us from freezing and does a lot more besides. One of us must always watch it. Some of the clocks are alarm, and we can use them to remind us. In the early days, there was only Ma to take turns with Pa. I think of that when she gets difficult, but now there's me to help, and Sis too. It's Pa who is the chief guardian of the fire, though. I always think of him that way. A tall man sitting cross-legged, frowning anxiously at the fire, his lined face golden in its light, and every so often carefully placing on it a piece of coal from the big heap beside it. Pa tells me there used to be guardians of the fire sometimes in the very old days, Vestal Virgins he calls them, although there was unfrozen air all around then, and you didn't really need one. He was sitting just that way now, though he got up quick to take the pail from me and bawl me out for loitering. He'd spotted my frozen helmet right off. That roused Ma, and she joined in picking on me. She's always trying to get the load off her feelings, Pa explains. He shut her up pretty fast. Sis let off a couple of silly squeals, too. Pa handled the pail of air in a twist of cloth. Now that it was inside the nest, you could really feel its coldness. It just seemed to suck the heat out of everything. Even the flames cringed away from it as Pa put it down close by the fire. Yet it's that glimmery white stuff in the pail that keeps us alive. It slowly melts and vanishes and refreshes the nest and feeds the fire. The blankets keep it from escaping too fast. Pa'd like to seal the whole place, but he can't. Building's too earthquake-twisted, and besides, he has to leave the chimney open for smoke. Pa says air is tiny molecules that fly away like a flash if there isn't something to stop them. We have to watch sharp not to let the air run low. Pa always keeps a big reserve supply of it in buckets behind the first blankets, along with extra coal and cans of food and other things, such as pails of snow to melt for water. We have to go way down to the bottom floor for that stuff, which is a mean trip, and get it through a door to outside. You see, when the earth got cold, all the water in the air froze first and made a blanket 10 feet thick or so everywhere, and then down on top of that dropped the crystals of frozen air, making another white blanket 60 or 70 feet thick maybe. Of course, all the parts of the air didn't freeze and snow down at the same time. First to drop out was the carbon dioxide. When you're shoveling for water, you have to make sure you don't get too high and get any of that stuff mixed in, for it would put you to sleep, maybe for good, and make the fire go out. Next there's nitrogen, which doesn't count one way or the other, though it's the biggest part of the blanket. On top of that, and easy to get at, which is lucky for us, there's the oxygen that keeps us alive. Pa says we live better than kings ever did, breathing pure oxygen, but we're used to it and don't notice. Finally, at the very top, there's a slick of liquid helium, which is funny stuff. All of these gases in neat separate layers, like a pussy cafe, Pa laughingly says, whatever that is. I was buzzing to tell him all about what I'd seen, and so soon as I ducked out of my helmet and while I was still climbing out of my suit, I cut loose. Right away, Ma got nervous and began making eyes at the entry slit in the blankets and wringing her hands together, the hand where she lost 3 fingers from frostbite inside the good one, as usual. I could tell that Pa was annoyed at me for scaring her and wanted to explain it all away quickly, yet could see I wasn't fooling. "And you watched this light for some time, son?" he asked when I finished. I hadn't said anything about first thinking it was a young lady's face. Somehow, that part embarrassed me. "Long enough for it to pass 5 windows and go to the next floor. And it didn't look like stray electricity or crawling liquid or starlight focused by a growing crystal or anything like that." He wasn't just making up those ideas. Odd things happen in a world that's about as cold as can be, and just when you think matter would be frozen dead, it takes on a strange new life. A slimy stuff comes crawling toward the nest, just like an animal snuffing for heat. That's the liquid helium. And once, when I was little, a bolt of lightning, not even Pa could figure where it came from, hit the nearby steeple and crawled up and down it for weeks until the glow finally died. "Not like anything I ever saw," I told him. He stood for a moment, frowning. Then, "I'll go out with you, and you show it to me," he said. Ma raised a howl at the idea of being left alone, and Sis joined in too, but Pa quieted them. We started climbing into our outside clothes. Mine had been warming by the fire. Pa made them. They have plastic headpieces that were once big, double-duty transparent food cans, but they keep heat and air in and can replace the air for a little while, long enough for our trips for water and coal and food and so on. Ma started moaning again. "I've always known there was something outside there waiting to get us. I've felt it for years. Something that's part of the cold and hates all warmth and wants to destroy the nest. It's been watching us all this time, and now it's coming after us. It'll get you, and then come for me. Don't go, Harry." Pa had everything on but his helmet. He knelt by the fireplace and reached in and shook the long metal rod that goes up the chimney and knocks off the ice that keeps trying to clog it. Once a week, he goes up on the roof to check if it's working all right. That's our worst trip, and Pa won't let me make it alone. "Sis," Pa said quietly, "come watch the fire. Keep an eye on the air, too. If it gets low or doesn't seem to be boiling fast enough, fetch another bucket from behind the blanket. But mind your hands. Use the cloth to pick up the bucket." Sis quit helping Ma be frightened and came over and did as she was told. Ma quieted down pretty suddenly, though her eyes were still kind of wild as she watched Pa fix on his helmet tight and pick up a pail and the 2 of us go out. Pa led the way, and I took hold of his belt. It's a funny thing. I'm not afraid to go by myself, but when Pa's along, I always want to hold on to him. Habit, I guess, and then there's no denying that this time I was a bit scared. You see, it's this way. We know that everything is dead out there. Pa heard the last radio voices fade away years ago and had seen some of the last folks die who weren't as lucky or well protected as us. So we knew that if there was something groping around out there, it couldn't be anything human or friendly. Besides that, there's a feeling that comes with it always being night, cold night. Pa says there used to be some of that feeling even in the old days, but then every morning the sun would come and chase it away. I have to take his word for that, not ever remembering the sun as being anything more than a big star. You see, I hadn't been born when the dark star snatched us away from the sun, and by now it's dragged us out beyond the orbit of the planet Pluto, Pa says, taking us farther out all the time. I found myself wondering whether there mightn't be something on the dark star that wanted us, and if that was why it had captured the Earth. Just then we came to the end of the corridor, and I followed Pa out on the balcony. I don't know what the city looked like in the old days, but now it's beautiful. The starlight lets you see it pretty well. There's quite a bit of light in those steady points speckling in the blackness above. Pa says the stars used to twinkle once, but that was because there was air. We are on a hill, and the shimmery plain drops away from us and then flattens out, cut up into neat squares by the troughs that used to be streets. I sometimes make my mashed potatoes look like that before I pour on the gravy. Some taller buildings push up out of the feathery plain, topped by rounded caps of air crystals, like the fur hood Ma wears, only whiter. On those buildings, you can see the darker squares of windows, underlined by white dashes of air crystals. Some of them are on a slant, for many of the buildings are pretty badly twisted by the quakes and all the rest that happened when the dark star captured the Earth. Here and there a few icicles hang, water icicles from the first days of the cold, other icicles of frozen air that melted on the roofs and dripped and froze again. Sometimes one of those icicles will catch the light of a star and send it to you so brightly you think the star has swooped into the city. That was one of the things Pa had been thinking of when I told him about the light, but I had thought of it myself first and known it wasn't so. He touched his helmet to mine so we could talk easier, and he asked me to point out the windows to him. But there wasn't any light moving around inside them now, or anywhere else. To my surprise, Pa didn't bawl me out and tell me I'd been seeing things. He looked all around quite a while after filling his pail, and just as we were going inside, he whipped around without warning, as if to take some peeping thing off guard. I could feel it, too. The old peace was gone. There was something lurking out there, watching, waiting, getting ready. Inside, he said to me, touching helmets, "If you see something like that again, son, don't tell the others. Your ma's sort of nervous these days, and we owe her all the feeling of safety we can give her. Once, it was when your sister was born, I was ready to give up and die, but your mother kept me trying. Another time, she kept the fire going a whole week all by herself when I was sick, nursed me, and took care of the two of you, too. You know that game we sometimes play, sitting in a square in the nest, tossing a ball around? Courage is like a ball, son. A person can hold it only so long, and then he's got to toss it to someone else. When it's tossed your way, you've got to catch it and hold it tight, and hope there'll be someone else to toss it to when you get tired of being brave." His talking to me that way made me feel grown up and good, but it didn't wipe away the thing outside from the back of my mind, or the fact that Pa took it seriously. It's hard to hide your feelings about such a thing. When we got back in the nest and took off our outside clothes, Pa laughed about it all and told them it was nothing and kidded me for having such an imagination, but his words fell flat. He didn't convince Ma and Sis any more than he did me. It looked for a minute like we were all fumbling the courage ball. Something had to be done, and almost before I knew what I was going to say, I heard myself asking Pa to tell us about the old days and how it all happened. He sometimes doesn't mind telling that story, and Sis and I sure like to listen to it, and he got my idea. So we were all settled around the fire in a wink, and Ma pushed up some cans to thaw for supper, and Pa began. Before he did, though, I noticed him casually get a hammer from the shelf and lay it down beside him. It was the same old story as always. I think I could recite the main thread of it in my sleep, though Pa always puts in a new detail or two and keeps improving it in spots. He told us how the earth had been swinging around the sun ever so steady and warm, and the people on it fixing to make money and wars and have a good time and get power and treat each other right or wrong. Then, without warning, there comes charging out of space this dead star, this burned-out sun, and upsets everything. You know, I find it hard to believe in the way those people felt, any more than I can believe in the swarming number of them. Imagine people getting ready for the horrible sort of war they were cooking up, wanting it even, or at least wishing it were over so as to end their nervousness. as if all folks didn't have to hang together and pool every bit of warmth just to keep alive. And how can they have hoped to end danger any more than we can hope to end the cold? Sometimes I think Pa exaggerates and makes things out too black. He's cross with us once in a while, and was probably cross with all those folks. Still, some of the things I read in the old magazine sound pretty wild. He may be right. The dark star, as Pa went on telling it, rushed in pretty fast, and there wasn't much time to get ready. At the beginning, they tried to keep it a secret from most people, but then the truth came out, what with the earthquakes and floods. Imagine oceans of unfrozen water, and people seeing stars blotted out by something on a clear night. First off, they thought it would hit the sun, and then they thought it would hit the earth. There was even the start of a rush to get to a place called China, because people thought the star would hit on the other side. But then they found it wasn't going to hit either side, but was going to come very close to the Earth. Most of the other planets were on the other side of the sun and didn't get involved. The sun and the newcomer fought over the Earth for a little while, pulling it this way and that, like two dogs growling over a bone, Pa described it this time, and then the newcomer won and carried us off. The sun got a consolation prize, though. At the last minute, he managed to hold on to the moon. That was the time of the monster earthquakes and floods, 20 times worse than anything before. It was also the time of the big jerk, as Pa calls it, when all Earth got yanked suddenly, just as Pa has done to me once or twice, grabbing me by the collar to do it, when we've been sitting too far from the fire. You see, the dark star was going through space faster than the sun, and in the opposite direction, and it had to wrench the world considerably in order to take it away. The big jerk didn't last long. It was over as soon as the Earth was settled down in its new orbit around the dark star. But it was pretty terrible while it lasted. Pa says that all sorts of cliffs and buildings toppled, oceans slopped over, swamps and sandy deserts gave great sliding surges that buried nearby lands. Earth was almost jerked out of its atmosphere blanket, and the air got so thin in spots that people keeled over and fainted, though, of course, at the same time, they were getting knocked down by the big jerk, and maybe their bones broke or skulls cracked. We've often asked Pa how people acted during that time, whether they were scared or brave or crazy or stunned or all four, but he's sort of leery of the subject, and he was again tonight. He says he was mostly too busy to notice. You see, Pa and some scientist friends of his figured out part of what was going to happen. They'd known we'd get captured and our air would freeze, and they'd been working like mad to fix up a place with airtight walls and doors, and insulation against the cold, and big supplies of food and fuel and water and bottled air. But the place got smashed in the last earthquakes, and all Pa's friends were killed then, and in the big jerk. So he had to start over and throw the nest together quick without any advantages, just using any stuff he could lay his hands on. I guess he's telling pretty much the truth when he says he didn't have any time to keep an eye on how other folks behaved, either then or in the big freeze that followed. Followed very quick, you know, both because the dark star was pulling us away very fast, and because Earth's rotation had been slowed in the tug of war, so that the nights were 10 old nights long. Still, I've got an idea of some of the things that happened from the frozen folk I've seen, a few of them in other rooms in our building, others clustered around the furnaces in the basements where we go for coal. In one of the rooms, an old man sits stiff in a chair, with an arm and a leg in splints. In another, a man and woman are huddled together in a bed with heaps of covers over them. You can just see their heads peeking out close together. And in another, a beautiful young lady is sitting with a pile of wraps huddled around her, looking hopefully toward the door, as if waiting for someone who never came back with warmth and food. They're all still and stiff as statues, of course, but just like life. Pa showed them to me once in quick winks of his flashlight, when he still had a fair supply of batteries and could afford to waste a little light. They scared me pretty bad and made my heart pound, especially the young lady. Now, with Pa telling his story for the umpteenth time to take our minds off another scare, I got to thinking of the frozen folk again. All of a sudden, I got an idea that scared me worse than anything yet. You see, I just remembered the face I thought I'd seen in the window. I'd forgotten about that on account of trying to hide it from the others. What, I asked myself, if the frozen folks were coming to life? What if they were like the liquid helium that got a new lease on life and started crawling toward the heat just when you thought its molecules ought to freeze solid forever? Or like the electricity that moves endlessly when it's just about as cold as that? What if the ever-growing cold, with the temperature creeping down the last few degrees to the last zero, had mysteriously wakened the frozen folk to life? Not warm-blooded life, but something icy and horrible. That was a worse idea than the one about something coming down from the dark star to get us. Or maybe, I thought, both ideas might be true. Something coming down from the dark star and making the frozen folk move, using them to do its work. That would fit with both things I'd seen, the beautiful young lady and the moving star-like light. The frozen folk with minds from the dark star behind their unwinking eyes, creeping, crawling, snuffing their way, following the heat to the nest. I tell you, that thought gave me a very bad turn, and I wanted very badly to tell the others my fears, but I remembered what Pa had said and clenched my teeth and didn't speak. We were all sitting very still. Even the fire was burning silently. There was just the sound of Pa's voice and the clocks. And then, from beyond the blankets, I thought I heard a tiny noise. My skin tightened all over me. Pa was telling about the early years in the nest and had come to the place where he philosophizes. "So I asked myself then," he said, "what's the use of going on? What's the use of dragging it out for a few years? Why prolong a doomed existence of hard work and cold and loneliness? The human race is done. The earth is done. Why not give up, I asked myself, and all of a sudden I got the answer. Again I heard the noise, louder this time, a kind of uncertain, shuffling tread, coming closer. I couldn't breathe. "Life's always been a business of working hard and fighting the cold," Pa was saying. "The Earth's always been a lonely place, millions of miles from the next planet. And no matter how long the human race might have lived, the end would have come some night. Those things don't matter. What matters is that life is good. It has a lovely texture, like some rich cloth or fur, or the petals of flowers. You've seen pictures of those, but I can't describe how they feel. Or the fire's glow. It makes everything else worthwhile. And that's as true for the last man as the first." And still the steps kept shuffling closer. It seemed to me that the inmost blanket trembled and bulged a little. Just as if they were burned into my imagination, I kept seeing those peering, frozen eyes. "So right then and there," Pa went on, and now I could tell that he heard the steps too, and was talking loud so we maybe wouldn't hear them. "Right then and there, I told myself that I was going on as if we had all eternity ahead of us. I'd have children and teach them all I could. I'd get them to read books. I'd plan for the future, try to enlarge and seal the nest. I'd do what I could to keep everything beautiful and growing. I'd keep alive my feeling of wonder, even at the cold and the dark and the distant stars." But then the blanket actually did move and lift, and there was a bright light somewhere behind it. Pa's voice stopped, and his eyes turned to the widening slit, and his hand went out until it touched and gripped the handle of the hammer beside him. In through the blanket stepped the beautiful young lady. She stood there looking at us the strangest way, and she carried something bright and unwinking in her hand. And two other faces peered over her shoulders, men's faces, white and staring. Well, my heart couldn't have stopped for more than 4 or 5 beats before I realized she was wearing a suit and helmet like Pa's homemade ones, only fancier, and that the men were too, and that the frozen folk certainly wouldn't be wearing those. Also, I noticed that the bright thing in her hand was just a kind of flashlight. The silence kept on while I swallowed hard a couple of times, and after that there was all sorts of jabbering and commotion. They were simply people, you see. We hadn't been the only ones to survive. We just thought so, for natural enough reasons. These 3 people had survived, and quite a few others with them. And when we found out how they'd survived, Paul let out the biggest whoop of joy. They were from Los Alamos, and they were getting their heat and power from atomic energy. Just using the uranium and plutonium intended for bombs, they had enough to go on for thousands of years. They had a regular little airtight city, with airlocks and all. They even generated electric light and grew plants and animals by it. At this, Paul let out a second whoop, waking Ma from her faint. But if we were flabbergasted at them, they were double flabbergasted at us. One of the men kept saying, "But it's impossible, I tell you. You can't maintain an air supply without hermetic sealing. It's simply impossible." That was after he had got his helmet off and was using our air. Meanwhile, the young lady kept looking around at us as if we were saints and telling us we'd done something amazing, and suddenly she broke down and cried. They'd been scouting around for survivors, but they never expected to find any in a place like this. They had rocket ships at Los Alamos and plenty of chemical fuel. As for liquid oxygen, all you had to do was go out and shovel the air blanket at the top level. So after they got those things working smoothly at Los Alamos, which had taken years, they decided to make some trips to likely places where there might be other survivors. No good trying long-distance radio signals, of course, since there was no atmosphere to carry them around the curve of the Earth. Well, they found other colonies at Argonne and Brookhaven and way around the world at Harwell and Tanatuva. And now they've been giving our city a look, not really expecting to find anything. But they had an instrument that noticed the faintest heat waves, and it had told them there was something warm down here, so they'd landed to investigate. Of course, we hadn't heard them land, since there was no air to carry the sound, and they'd had to investigate around quite a while before finding us. Their instruments had given them a wrong steer, and they'd wasted some time in the building across the street. By now, all 5 adults were talking like 60. Paul was demonstrating to the men how he'd worked the fire and got rid of the ice in the chimney and all that. Ma had perked up wonderfully and was showing the young lady her cooking and sewing stuff, and even asking about how the women dressed at Los Alamos. The strangers marveled at everything and praised it to the skies. I could tell from the way they wrinkled their noses that they found the nest a bit smelly, but they never mentioned that at all and just asked bushels of questions. In fact, there was so much talking and excitement that Pa forgot about things, and it wasn't until they were all getting groggy that he looked and found the air had all boiled away in the pail. He got another bucket of air quick from behind the blankets. Of course, that started them all laughing and jabbering again. The newcomers even got a little drunk. They weren't used to so much oxygen. Funny thing, though, I didn't do much talking at all, and Sis hung on to Ma all the time and hid her face when anybody looked at her. I felt pretty uncomfortable and disturbed myself, even about the young lady. Glimpsing her outside there, I'd had all sorts of mushy thoughts, but now I was just embarrassed and scared of her, even though she tried to be nice as anything to me. I started wishing they'd all quit crowding the nest and let us be alone and get our feelings straightened out. And when the newcomers began to talk about our all going to Los Alamos, as if that were taken for granted, I could see that something of the same feeling struck Pa and Ma, too. Pa got very silent all of a sudden, and Ma kept telling the young lady, "But I wouldn't know how to act there, and I haven't any clothes." The strangers were puzzled like anything at first, but then they got the idea, as Pa kept saying, "It doesn't seem right to let this fire go out." Well, the strangers are gone, but they're coming back. It hasn't been decided yet just what will happen. Maybe the nest will be kept up as what one of the strangers called a survival school. Or maybe we will join the pioneers who are going to try to establish a new colony at the uranium mines at Great Slave Lake or in the Congo. Of course, now that the strangers are gone, I've been thinking a lot about Los Alamos and those other tremendous colonies. I have a hankering to see them for myself. You ask me, Pa wants to see them too. He's been getting pretty thoughtful, watching Ma and Sis perk up. "It's different, now that we know others are alive," he explains to me. "Your mother doesn't feel so hopeless anymore. Neither do I, for that matter, not having to carry the whole responsibility for keeping the human race going, so to speak. It scares a person." I looked around at the blanket walls and the fire and the pails of air boiling away, and Ma and Sis sleeping in the warmth and the flickering light. It's not going to be easy to leave the nest, I said, wanting to cry, kind of. It's so small, and there's just the four of us. I get scared at the idea of big places and a lot of strangers. He nodded and put another piece of coal on the fire. Then he looked at the little pile and grinned suddenly and put a couple of handfuls on, just as if it was one of our birthdays or Christmas. "You'll quickly get over that feeling, son," he said. "The trouble with the world was that it kept getting smaller and smaller, till it ended with just the nest. Now it'll be good to have a real huge world again, the way it was in the beginning." I guess he's right. You think the beautiful young lady will wait for me till I grow up? I'll be 20 in only 10 years. The end of A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber.
The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael A. The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. We humans are a strange breed, unique in the universe. Of all the races met among the stars, only Homo sapiens thrives on deliberate self-delusion. Perhaps this is the secret of our greatness, for we are great, in power if not in supernal wisdom. Legends, I think, are our strength. If one day a man stands on the rim of the galaxy and looks out across the gulfs towards the seedy suns of Andromeda, it will be legends that drove him there. They are odd things, these legends, peopled with unreal creatures, magnificent heroes, and despicable villains. We stand for no nonsense where our mythology is concerned. A man becoming part of our folklore becomes a fey, one-dimensional shadow image of reality. Jack Merrill, the Jack Merrill of the history books, is such an image. History, folklore's jade, has daubed Merrill with the rouge of myth, and it does not become him. The Peacemaker, the chronicles have named him, and that at least is accurate in point of fact, but it was not through choice that he became the Peacemaker, and when his peace descended over the worlds of space, Merrill, the man, was finished. This I know, for I rode with him, his lieutenant in a dozen and more bloody fights that earned him his ironically Pacific laurels. Not many now living will remember the Wall Decade. History, ever pliable, is rewritten often, and facts are forgotten. When it was gone, the Wall Decade was remembered with shame, and so was expunged from the record of time. But I remember it well. It was an era compounded of stupidity and grandeur, of brilliant discovery and grimy political maneuver. We, the greedy men of space, and that includes Jack Merrill, saw it end with sorrow in our hearts, knowing that we had killed it. If you will think back to the years immediately preceding the Age of Space, you may remember the Iron Curtain. Among the nations of Earth, a great schism had arisen, and a wall of ideas was built between East and West. Hydrogen bombs were stockpiled, and armies marched and countermarched threateningly. Men lived with fear and hatred and distrust. Then, suddenly, came the years of spaceflight and the expanding frontiers. Luna was past. Mars and Venus and the Jovian moons felt the tread of living beings for the first time since the dawn of time. The larger asteroids were taken, and even the cold moonlets of Saturn and Uranus trembled under the blast of Terran rockets. But the Iron Curtain still existed. It was extended out into the gulf of space, an intangible wall of fear and suspicion. Thus was born the Wall Decade. Jack Merrill was made for that epoch. Ever in human history there are those who profit from the stupidity of their fellows. Jack Merrill so profited. He dredged up the riches of space and took them for his own, and his weapon was man's fear of his brothers. It was in Yaqui, down canal from the Terran settlement at Canalopolis, that Merrill's plan was born. His ship, the Arrow, stood on the red sands of Syrtis Major, waiting for a payload to the outer system. It stood among a good many like it. the Moon Maid, the Gay Lady, the Argonaut, and my own vessel, the Starhound. We, the captains, had gathered in the Spaceman's Rest, a tinkling gin mill peopled with human wrecks and hungry-eyed, dusty-skinned women who had come out to Mars hoping for riches and had found only the same squalor they had left behind. I remembered the look in Merrill's eyes as he spoke of the treasures of space that would never be ours, of the gold and sapphires, the rubies and unearthly gems of fragile beauty and great price. All the riches of the worlds of space passing through our hands and into the vaults of the stay-at-homes who owned our ships and our very lives. It seemed to me that Merrill suffered as though from physical pain as he spoke of riches. He was nothing if not rapacious. Greedy, venal, ruthless, all of that. 5 of us, he said in a hard voice. Captains all, with ships and men. We carry the riches of the universe, and let it slip through our fingers. What greater fools could there be? Oh, he was right enough. We had the power to command in our hands without the sense to grasp it firmly and take what we chose. And mark you, my friends, Merrill said. A wall has been built around Mars. A wall that weakens rather than strengthens. A wonderful, stupid wall. He laughed and glanced around the table at our faces, flushed with wine and greed. With all space full of walls, he said softly, who could unite against us? The question struck home. I thought of the 5 ships standing out there on the rusty desert across the silted canal. 5 tall ships against the stars. We felt no kinship to those at home who clung to creature comforts while we bucketed among the stars, risking our lives and more. We, the spacemen, had become a race apart from that of the home planet. And Merrill saw this in our faces that night so long ago, and he knew that he had spoken our thoughts. Thus was born the Compact. Gods of space, but I must laugh when I read what history has recorded of the Compact. Merrill, filled with the wonder of his great dream, spoke his mind to the captains. He told them of the sorrow in his heart for his divided fellow men, and his face grew stern when he urged them to put aside ideology and prejudice and join with him in the Compact. So speaks Quintus Bland, historian of the age of space. I imagine that I hear Merrill's laughter even as I write. Oh, we put aside ideology and prejudice, all right. That night in Yaqui, the 5 captains clasped hands over the formation of the first and only compact of space piracy in history. It was an all-or-nothing venture. Our crews were told nothing, but their pockets were emptied and their pittances joined with ours. We loaded the 5 ships with supplies and thundered off into the cobalt Martian sky to seek a stronghold. We found one readily enough. The chronicles do not record it accurately. They say that the fleet of the Compact based itself on Eros. This is incorrect. We wanted no base that would bring us so close to the home planet every year. The asteroid we chose was nameless and remained so. We spoke of it seldom a space, but it was ever in our minds. There was no space wall there to divide us one from the other. It was a fortress against the rest of mankind, and in it we were brothers. When we struck for the first time, it was not at a Russian missile post, as the histories say. It was at the Queen of Heaven, an undefended and unsuspecting merchantman. The records of Earth say the Queen was lost in space between Uranus and Mars, and this is so. But she was listed lost only because no Russian or American patrol found her gutted hulk. I imagine that at this very moment she hangs out beyond Pluto, rounding the bend of the long ellipse we sent her on that day we stripped her bones. She carried gold and precious stones, and more important yet, women being furloughed home after forced labor in the mines of Soviet Umbriel. The Starhound and the Arrow bracketed her 1,000,000 miles above the planet of the ecliptic near Saturn's orbit and killed her. We drew abreast of her and forced her valves. We boarded her and took what we chose. Then we slaughtered her men and sent them on their long voyage. That was the beginning. The attack against Corfu was our next move. This is the battle that Celia Whitmar Day has described in verse. Very bad verse. Corfu slumbered, gorged and proud, while Arrow, Hound, and Maid marshaled freedom's might above the tyrant's ground, and rained down death. There's much more, of course. Brave phrases of emotion and fanciful unreality written by one who never saw the night of space agleam with stars. There was no talk of tyranny or liberty aboard the Hound that day we leveled with the Maid and the Arrow 1,000 miles over the Russian base of Corfu. There was talk of the bullion stored under the fortress's turrets. Meryl's face appeared in my visor screen, superimposed on the image of the grimy little asteroid floating darkly against the star fields. "Their radars picked us up by now, and they're wondering who we are," he said. "Take the Hound out on tangent left and join the Maid. Cover my attack and stand by to put a landing party aground." I watched the image of the Arrow, a sliver of darkness against the crescent of Corfu, lancing down at the fortress. Her forward tubes were glowing with the familiar pre-discharge emanation. Below us, confusion reigned. For the first time in memory, an asteroid base was under attack. Meryl brought the Arrow in to within 50 miles, and then unleashed the fury of his forward tubes. Hellfire coruscated over the steel turrets and stone walls of Corfu. It splashed like a liquid flame over men and metal, and twisted the towers and buttresses into spidery tendrils of glowing thread. Corfu died without firing a shot. We put a party from the Hound aground 10 hours later. Even then, we had to wear insulated suits to walk in that still molten inferno. Charred bodies had become one with the stuff of the fortress, and nothing living was left within the keep. We looted Corfu's treasure and lifted into space, heavy with gold. Time passed in an orgy of looting for the men of the Compact. We grew rich and arrogant, for in space we were kings. Torn by suspicion of one another, America and Russia could do nothing against us. They had built an iron curtain in space, and it kept them divided and weak. Endymion felt our blasts, and Clio. Then came Tethys, Rhea, Iapetus. We cared nothing for the flag these bases flew. They were the gathering points for all the gold and treasure of space, and we of the Compact took what we wished of it, leaving a trail of blood and rapine behind us. No nation claimed our loyalty. Space was our mother and lust our father. Thus the peacemakers. For 5 full years, the long years of the Outer Belt, the Arrow, the Starhound, the Moon Maid, the Lady, and the Argonaut were the scourges of the space lanes. No patrol could find us, and no defense could contain us. I recall how we laughed at the angry sputtering of Earth's radio. Vast sums were spent in searches and new weapons to protect the meek and the mutually distrustful from Merrill and the men of the Compact. Budgets, already strained to the breaking point by generations of the Cold War, creaked and groaned as Russians and Americans spent furiously to build up their defenses against our depredations. But though we were few, and they many, space was large, and it hit us well. And then, one darkling day, Jack Merrill and I stood on the thin methane snow that carpeted our base's landing ramp, waiting under our own blue-black sky for the return of the Argonaut. Merrill had sent her sunward to strike at the mines of Loki, an asteroid where Russian commissars rolled in mountains of blood-red rubies. We waited through the day and into the sable night, but the Argonaut did not return. For the first time since the formation of the Compact, we had lost a ship, and something like unease crept into our hearts. The carousal that night had no gaiety, and there was the sound of bereaved women weeping. Merrill could learn nothing of the Argonaut's fate. It was as though she had dropped through a hole in the fabric of space itself and vanished from the ken of men. To me, he said, "I fear a new weapon." But to the rest, he kept his peace and let the work of the Compact continue. There was nothing else to be done. Our wall decade was waning, and when a man or a Compact outlives the age that gave him or it birth, there is nothing to do but go forward and meet the new day dawning. So it was with the Compact. We lived on as we had lived before, looting and killing and draining the wealth of space into our coffers. But in the back of our minds, a shadow was lurking. On the next raid, the Lady was lost. I saw it happen, as did Merrill. There was nothing we could do to help her, and she died, spilling men into the void as she ruptured in her last agony. It was off Hyperion, whence we had come to loot the trove built there by the prospectors of the Saturnian moons, and it was a trap. The arrow, the hound, and the lady circled the moonlet, swinging inward to the attack. It was the lady who was to put aground the raiding party, and her valves hung open while men readied the assault boats. Our radar screens showed nothing of danger. There was only the bloated giant in the sky, a ringed monster of yellow gold against the starry velvet of space. The lady dropped her boats, the hound and the arrow hovering by to watch over their sister. And suddenly the jagged moonscape below erupted, belching streaks of fire that sought us like probing fingers. I knew in one single instant of terror that this was the new weapon that had killed the Argonaut, for it sliced into the lady's flanks as though the steelite hull were cheese. She bulged, glowing like an ember. There was a sudden nimbus of snow about her as her air escaped and froze, and then she rolled into her death dance, open from bow to stern, spilling scorched corpse into the void. The arrow and the hound drove off into space like furies, leaving the spinning body of their sister ship behind, not waiting to watch her crash down onto the rocky face of Hyperion. And now the 5 of the compact were only 3, and again there was the sound of weeping among our women. 2 months after that engagement, a single assault boat returned to base. It was the lone survivor of the ladies' landing party. By some miracle, the 3 men aboard had escaped the Holocaust. They had landed and been captured, and then they had fought their way free and into the void once more. They were half dead from starvation and exposure, but they had brought word to Merrill that the wall that had so long protected us was crumbling. Merrill sought me out, his lean, hard face grim and set. "There was a Russian among the Americans on Hyperion," he said. "A prisoner?" It was my hope that spoke so, not my sure knowledge of what was to come. Merrill shook his head slowly. "A technician. They developed the beam that killed the Argonaut and the lady, together." His voice was harsh and bleak. Then suddenly he laughed. "We've touched them," he said. "Touched them on their tender spot, their purses." He bowed low, filled with bitter mockery. "Behold the diplomats, the men who are accomplishing the impossible." And I knew that his words spelt doom. Doom for the compact and for the wall decade that was our life. Yet we did not stint. In that year we raided Dione, Io, Ganymede, and even the American naval base on Callisto. We gutted 6 Russian and 4 American rockets filled with treasure, and we ventured sunward as far as the moons of Mars. We dared battles with patrol ships and won. We killed the destroyer Alexei Tolstoy off Europa, and we shattered an American monitor over Syrtis itself and watched the wreckage rain down on Yaqui, the place where the compact was born. And we lost the Moon Maid. The radio told us the story. Other new weapons were being developed against us, and here and there American and Russian spacecraft were seen in company for the first time in the history of the age of space. Convoys were formed from ships of both flags to protect spatial commerce from the imagined Great Fleet of the compact. None knew that only the Arrow and the Starhound, small ships, weary ships, were left to face the slowly combining might of Earth. And then at last the pickings, growing slimmer always, diminished to the vanishing point. Merrill stood before us and gave the assembled crews their option. "The treasure hunt is over," our captain told us, "and those who wish may withdraw now. Take your women and the space boats and return to Mars. You have your shares, and you can live in comfort wherever you may choose. If you wish it, go now." Some few did go, but most remained. I watched Merrill's face and saw one last plan maturing there. Then he spoke again, and we all understood. One last raid, to take Luna and command the world. Still the unity of mankind was not secure, and Merrill, filled with impatience for his great dream, decided on one final stroke. He would descend on Luna Base itself with his fleet, and commanding all Earth, he would drive men together, even though it might mean his own death. With this plan of self-immolation in his heart, the peacemaker ordered his hosts and sought the pumice soil of the mother planet's moon. This is the way Quintus Bland, historian and scholar, puts it down for posterity. I, one of his hosts, would say it another way. We had gutted the solar system of its treasure, and at last men were uniting against us. Our fleet was reduced to 2 small ships and a bare handful of men and women to fight them. Jack Merrill could see the handwriting on the wall, and he knew that all must be gambled on one last throw of the dice. Only with Terra herself under our guns could we hope to continue sucking the juice of the worlds into our mouths. It was all or nothing, for we had grown used to our life, and we could no longer change it to meet the demands of the dawning age of Soviet-American amity. Side by side, the Arrow and the Hound slanted sunward. Mars behind us, ahead lay the Earth-Moon system. 10 years had passed since any of us aboard the compact ships had seen the home world, and though we no longer felt a part of it, the sight of the silvery, cloud-flecked globe touched our hearts. Touched them as the sapphires of Mimas or the gold of Corfu touched them. We saw the planet that gave us birth, and we were filled with hunger for it. To own it, command it, make it our own. Luna's mountains were white and stark under our keels as Merrill led us across the curve of the southern horizon, seeking to put us into position to attack the UN moon base in Clavius from the direction of the moon's hidden face. We swung low across unnamed mountain ranges and deep sheer valleys steeped in shadow. The voice of the ranger in the Arrow came softly through the open intercom into the tiny control room of the Hound. A woman's voice, tense with excitement, but disciplined and controlled. Range 500 miles, 475, 450. And then Merrill's voice, calm and reassuring, giving heart to all the untried ones aboard with his steady, conning commands. 4 o'clock jet. Easy. Hold her. Driver's up 1/2 standard. Steady goes. Meet her. Steady. Line astern now, the 2 ships flashing low across the jagged lunar landscape, and a world in the balance. An alarm bell ringing suddenly, and my screen showing the fleeting outline of a Russian monitor above, running across our stern. My own voice, sharp with command. Gun pointer. Here, sir. Get me that gunboat. The Hound's turret wound about with agonizing slowness as the monitor reached for the sky, clawing for altitude and safety. And then there came a searing blast of fire, and the fragments of the Russian gunboat raining down lazily, seeking their eternal rest in the pumice of Luna's hidden face. But they had been warned at the UN base. The monitor had left one dying shriek in the ether, and the waiting garrison had heard. Merrill knew it, and so did I. We moved forward calmly, into the jaws of hell. The Arrow attacked from 10 o'clock, low on the horizon, the Hound from 12 o'clock, high. We swept in over the batteries of pulsating projectors, raining down our bombs. The ground shuddered and shook with the fury of exploding uranium, and the sky was laced with a net of fiery death. The Hound shrieked her protest as I swung her about for another attack. There was a sickening swerve and the smell of ozone in my ship. Somewhere, deep within her, a woman screamed, and I felt the deck under me give as one of the questing beams from the fortress below cut into the hull. Airtight doors slammed throughout the wounded vessel, and I drove her to the attack again, hard. The last of the bombs clattered out of the vents, sending mushrooms of pumice miles into the black sky. One battery of guns below fell silent. The Arrow vanished into the night above, and as suddenly reappeared, her forward tubes spewing red fire onto the base below. Then Merrill pulled her up again and disappeared among the pale stars. The Hound's hurt was mortal. I could feel her dying under my hands, and tears streaked my face. Below decks, she was a shambles where the cutting beam from the ground had torn part of her heart out. Still I fought her. There was no retreat from this last raid, nor did I wish any. There was a madness in us, a bloodlust as hot and demanding as ever our lust for gold and treasure might have been. I lashed the face of the fortress with the Hound's forward tubes, frantically, filled with a hateful anguish. I felt my ship losing way, twisting and seeking rest on the jagged ground below, and thinking he had deserted us, I cursed Merrill in an ecstasy of blind fury. Again and again the hound was hit. I knew then that Merrill's plan had been madness, a last gesture of defiance to the new age of unity among men. The hound fell at last, spitting fire and gall in a futile dance of death. She struck on a high plateau, grinding into the pumice, rolling with macabre abandon across the face of the high tableland. Then, at last, she was still, hissing and groaning fitfully as she died, her buccaneering days gone forever. I donned a suit and staggered, half-dazed, out into the lunar night. A half-dozen men and women from the crew had survived the impact, and they stood by the wreckage, faces under the plastic helmets turned skyward. They were one and all stunned and bleeding from the violence of the hound's end, but they looked neither back nor around them. Their eyes were filled with the insane glory of the drama being enacted in the sky. The arrow had returned. She lanced down out of the night like a spear of flame, vengeful and deadly. Straight into the mouth of the screaming guns she dove, death spilling from her tubes. She bathed the moon base in fire, searing the men within, Russian and American alike, into the brotherhood of death. Miraculously, she pulled up out of her encircling net of flame. We watched in open-mouthed wonder as she reached with sobbing heart for the sky just once again, and then, failing, crippled and dying, she hung above the crater's rim, framed with deadly beams from below, but radiant in her own right, gleaming in the light of the sun. This was defeat. We knew it as we stood by the tangled pile of steelite that had been the hound and watched the arrow die. But nothing in this life that I have lived ever told me so grandly that the wall decade was ended, and our life of buccaneering with it, as the thing that happened next. The arrow's valve opened, and a tiny figure stepped out, into space. I did not need to be told that Jack Merrill was coming to meet the men he had welded together against him. Lazily, unreally, the tiny shape twisted over and over as it fell, until at last it vanished amid the raw welter of craters and ridges beyond the razor wall of Clavius. But men are ashamed, and the chronicles of history must be rewritten to hide their weaknesses. Jack Merrill has become a legend, and the man that I knew is forgotten. Merrill. Pirate, fighter, grandiose dreamer. That was my captain. Not the colorless do-good creature of the legend. Merrill fought for lust and greed, and these are the things that will one day take men to the stars. He knew this truth, of course, and that was the substance of his great dream. Because of it, there are no longer walls in space, and the men who united to fight the Peacemaker will one day rule the universe. Meanwhile, chroniclers will write lies about him, and Jack Merrill's laughter will echo in some ghostly Valhalla beyond the farthest star. End of The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. Read by Michael A.